Okay, let's get back on track. This is the 6th video in an ongoing project that I have been doing for over 2 years about a series of Nickelodeon shows all set in the same continuity. Things started off relatively normal with iCarly, a show about an internet celebrity and her friends. Then things got kind of weird with Victorious, a program about a future pop star and the people who happen to stand around her. And now we are covering Sam and Cat, the weakest link and the television equivalent of growing nostalgic for a Tuesday on a Thursday. And now, 27 hours into this 400,000 subscriber special, we are finally going to do it. We are going to cover the end of the end. Today is all about reviewing the final 14 episodes of Sam and Cat, along with a few odd tangents, before we finally get serious about things. But before we start this grand Hobbit adventure, there's a couple things I want to talk about real quick. First of all, I just checked my metrics, and did you guys know that only 41% of my viewers are currently subscribed to my channel? If you're not subscribed, then you're never gonna know when my content is coming out, and that just won't do. Alright, I'm no longer asking. Hit subscribe right now, or I swear to God! I do need to clear some things up real quick because I did make a bit of a mess here. So last year, 2022, I told you guys that if we got to the milestone of 1 million subscribers by the end of the year, that next year, this year, 2023, I would make videos about Zoe 101 and Drake and Josh. And directly after I promised that, I managed to only release 2 videos in the entire year. So yeah, I bungled it like I bungle most things in my life, but I think I've decided that we're just gonna keep it going and move everything up a year. So, to renew our vows very quickly, if we get to 1 million subscribers by the end of this year, 2023, then next year, 2024, I will make videos about Drake and Josh and Zoe 101. But we're only gonna do that if we reach that milestone, if we get to 1 million subscribers by the end of this year. So go down, make sure you're subscribed. If you don't have an account on YouTube, make yourself an account, hit subscribe, talk to your friends, talk to your loved ones, call your mom for the first time in a couple months, and just try to get this momentum rolling to see if we can reach this very big achievement. So now that we've got our 2024 vision sorted, let's see if we can do something about your 2020 vision. Ever struggle to read road signs in public? Constantly trip over your feet while walking down the street? Fail to appreciate the beauty of nature itself? Well, if that's the case, I think I know just how to help you. With today's sponsor, GlassesUSA.com. GlassesUSA.com is offering a big discount for you, my viewers, right now. And you can check that out and learn more by clicking on that link in the description below. Once again, that is the link in the description down below to find out more about our beautiful sponsor, GlassesUSA.com. With that, let's get back to where we were before. This is Sam and Cat, Season 1, Episode...
Hey, Quinn, you hear that the Queen of England died?
Yeah. People are still pretty upset about that. We should try to be sensitive about that topic.
Fuck her.
Hey, by the way, did you know that there's, another guy out there that does, this exact same bit?
Nah, I'm pretty sure I'm the first person to do this.
Okay, this is Sam and Cat, Season 1, Episode 21, #MagicATM. As the episode starts, we see Kat riding around the apartment hallway on some sort of motorized mini go-kart. Sam approaches, eating a massive watermelon, and rushes towards the offer to drive Kat's zingy thingy. She throws her watermelon into the arms of an elderly woman who collapses from the added weight. In just a few short moments, we have been reminded of so many character traits. Sam's gluttonous disposition, disregard for the safety of strangers and the elderly, and Kat's inability to be trusted as a babysitter due to her basically already acting like a child. Sam discovers the living room is filled with toys and demands Kat explain where they came from. Kat explains they came from an ATM. A magic ATM. Sam begins to question the logic of this, as Kat has no bank account before she discovers another zingy thing and the pair head off to race each other. Sam, Kat, and the two kids play in the street where they're approached by Herb, who you'll remember as their neighbor who looks homeless but actually isn't. Herb tells the kids that he just got a gym membership and it's in Beverly Hills, that is. He says that it cost a lot of money, but luckily, he can afford such expenses.
My life's going great.
Kat suggests they go off and buy more stuff, and Sam reminds her that they have no money. But Kat says not to worry about it, as they can go to the magic ATM. Dice rolls by, and the two girls task him with watching the kids they're supposed to be babysitting. He takes off his helmet, revealing his own sheared hair is glued to the top, and he offers the kids the chance to fondle his dismembered follicles. After this, the opening titles play, and it's actually a brand new title sequence. This is another reminder of what I was constantly hammering home in the first Sam and Kat video, that all the episodes from here on out are a little more than the end of season 1, but a little less than the second season. After this, we cut to the inside of a small gas station, where a foreign man behind the counter is taking selfies with a front-facing Flash. Interestingly, I think front-facing Flash didn't come out in phones until 2015, a year after this. Anyway, Sam and Kat come in and Kat reveals her secret. She knows a special song which goes along to the music of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, but is bastardized with different lyrics. A few days ago, she decided to try and press the buttons on the ATM like they were keyboard notes, and when the first two lines of the chorus were over, a bunch of money came out. Sam pulls Kat to the side and tells her that she can't tell anyone about this because this is probably not legal. But she says that they shouldn't necessarily give the money back. While they try and think of what is the morally right thing to do, they both run off to the mall to spend a bunch of cash. Later, Dice comes into the apartment and finds the girls unloading groceries. Sam has bought fresh, non-expired meat, an uncommon treat for the household apparently, and meanwhile, Ariana Grande is a furry. No, but she's bought like a tail so she can roleplay that she, has a tail. So Dice has a convoluted story that's baked in the show's lore that I've detected you don't care about, but I'm gonna tell you anyways. Dice's aunt, who's brought up like every other episode, is flying to Japan later that week, and she's taking her monkey with her. So Dice needs Sam and Kat to go to an animal hospital to pick up some monkey pills to help him sleep on the plane. Dice can't go himself, and initially won't say why, although he eventually admits he's in a spelling bee. I'm just grateful he isn't stripping again. It turns out that animal hospital is right by the gas station where the magic ATM is, and Kat wants to go steal more money, borrow more money. Sam is against this, as she's worried if they keep pushing their luck, they'll get in trouble, and she doesn't want to end up back in juvie. In quite a twist on their respective characters, Kat puts on a smooth voice and attempts to convince Sam that stealing money is actually cool and an awesome thing to do, reminding her that money can be used to buy tickets to the Lakers, violent video games, and fried chicken. Sam eventually cracks. So the next day, they go into the gas station, they drop the monkey pills, the pills get stepped on, and they try and collect him back up, and then Kat does the trick one last time. Once this happens, the shop owner rushes over as he's finally caught the person taking money from the ATM. Cops suddenly appear and arrest Kat on the spot. A police officer, played by Scott Bios, says Kat is going to juvie, and Sam, worried she'll never survive on the inside alone, alone, spills slushy down Scott Baio's pants, so she'll go with her. During a transition, we see a quick Nozu cameo from Victorious, and then Scott Baio ends up tailing down a speeding car, which turns out to be stolen. Scott Baio asks the girls what's in their bag, and they say it's medicine for a monkey, so he'll sleep on his way to Japan. He says they should never lie to an officer, and he eats the crushed sleeping pills, believing that they're candy. He soon passes out mid-car chase. Sam crawls into the front seat because there's no divider, #plothole, and she takes control of the cruiser, but refuses to give up the chase of the stolen car, #snitch. The suspect ditches the stolen car and runs, and Sam goes after him, catches him, and beats the shit out of him off screen. Later, the police gather everything in the apartment bought with the shady cash, and the officers say that the girls stole over $4,000 and they'll have to pay all of it back. Just then, the officers get some news. The culprit Sam apprehended and beat to non-consciousness is wanted in 3 states, and the reward for bringing him in is $5,000. The girls celebrate.
We learned nothing!
Yeah!
Kat begins singing her bastardized version of Take Me Out to the Ball Game with different lyrics, and everyone in the room but Sam knows it. Even Dice and Herb run in to join with the chorus. Dice seems to have won the spelling bee.
And we won't pay for this song 'cause it's public domain.
The end. Season 1, episode 22 is titled Lumpacious, and that's actually a subtle in-joke. You see, they named this episode after the lump in my neck I found after watching these shows for 2 years straight. Okay, so at the start of this one, Sam and Kat are at Bots, the robot restaurant, babysitting some kid and trying to teach him vocabulary. The kid's brother, Jepsen, is coming to pick him up, and this is a problem because everyone hates him because he is a douchebag. Jepsen shows up and yells boo in Kat's ear, and she passes out because she has a disorder that causes her to faint when surprised, which comes up often but is rarely relevant to the plot. So Jepsen is a total douche like we've said, and he acts like a total douche, and trying to insult and one-up him, his little brother calls him Lumpacious. Jepsen mocks him because Lumpacious isn't even a real word. Sam decides to stand up for the boy and makes it a bet. Lumpacious is a word, and if the girls can prove it in 1 week, then Jepsen has to stand outside in a bikini for an hour. I remember this episode of Zoe 101. Jepsen counters this and says if they lose, then prepare yourselves. If Sam and Kat lose the bet, then they have to go to Jepsen's gym after his morning workout routine, where he will squeeze the sweat out of all of his gym clothes into a bowl, and Sam and Kat will have to drink his sweat. The only good part about late-stage Sam and Kat is by the time they've spent 1 billion years setting up the plot in the pre-title sequence, the episode is like a quarter of the way done. So after the title sequence, the girls frantically search everywhere to find Lumpacious somewhere in the human culture, and established mega pop star Ariana Grande says out loud,
Sam, I can't drink a boy's sweat from a bowl.
Dice comes in with a big dictionary and gets hit in the head by a small dictionary thrown by Sam. The girls run off with the big dictionary and close the door behind them, and when Dice comes in and says his nose is bleeding, Kat says not to get it on the carpet. So Sam can't find Lumpacious in the Oxnard English dictionary, and Dice says this is the biggest, most important dictionary in the world. If it's not in there, it doesn't exist. Fun fact, Lumpacious does make one appearance in popular culture before this episode aired, and that is in the Victorious finale, where it is listed as Beck's mood in one of his final on-screen tweets. Sam says there's only one option left. They must go to Oxnard.
Me too. No.
So they stock footage their way to Oxnard, where they meet a woman at the front desk. You'll notice they use pencils at the Oxnard Dictionary headquarters. I can only imagine this is due to the Frindle fiasco of 1996. Kat says she's scheduled a meeting there for Kat Valentine and Sam Pouquet. Sam insists that it's Puckett, but the woman at the front desk says it's written down as Pouquet. So you may have noticed that Sam and Kat is built pretty heavily on easy-to-miss references to legacy sitcoms of decades past. There was an episode that's an extended Laverne and Shirley homage. There was a story with Scott Baio from Happy Days. Then there's the next episode, which is a very direct Happy Days parody. Even the character Goomer, the only saving grace of this series, who has yet to show up in this run of episodes, is an extended reference to Gomer Pyle from The Andy Griffith Show and Gomer Pyle USMC. Anyways, so in that last scene, they did a joke that was a subtle, underhanded reference to a British sitcom I loved as a kid called Keeping Up Appearances. Keeping Up Appearances is about a stuffy, middle-aged woman named Hyacinth, who at some point married a very simple man named Richard Bucket. So her married name is Hyacinth Bucket. This isn't fitting of a noble woman who thinks so highly of herself, so sometime before the events of the series, she's apparently decided that it's actually pronounced bouquet.
It's very kind of you to invite us, Mrs. Bucket.
It's bouquet, Vicar.
It's bouquet is the character's catchphrase, and it comes up quite a lot by the show's design. The best part is that on very rare occasions, Hyacinth will slip up and accidentally say bucket herself.
You'll pay for this, Richard Bucket. Okay.
So you see, in this Sam and Cat scene, it's that same joke, but backwards.
What was the name again, please?
Bouquet.
Oh, yes, we have a bucket.
Pronounced bouquet, dear.
Cat Valentine and Samantha Bouquet?
It's Puckett.
My screen says Bouquet.
Anyways, it was fun talking about a good sitcom for 60 seconds. Now back to the drink sweat out of a bowl episode. So the girls witness a man being thrown out of the Oxnard Word Council and sentenced to the basement for submitting a word that the council did not approve of. They soon enter, with the British sitcom reference being reiterated.
She's Sam Bouquet.
Puckett.
The girls pitch the word and the council seems impressed, asking them to present evidence. The girls try to whittle down what good evidence would be, and eventually everyone agrees that if the girls can get a famous person to say the word, lumbaceous will be good enough for the Nards of Ox. Later, at Bots, Cat vents that their mission is impossible, but Sam reminds her that they live in Los Angeles. They're surrounded by famous people. According to her, they even saw David Schwimmer once at a gas station. Although Sam must be confused about this, because as we all know, David Schwimmer died in May 2010. Jebsen jogs into the restaurant rather proud and squeezes some early access sweat into Cat's drink. In response to this, Sam breaks Jebsen's pinky, and he leaves, still confident that lumbaceous will never be a word. Cat suddenly remembers that one of the elderly people Nona lives with actually is very famous, and they rush off to meet him. The famous person is a pilot named Stank, who stopped a plane from crashing in the 1980s and was rewarded with merchandise and even his own Stank-themed cereal. But there's a problem. The plane's landing was so rough that it caused him to bite through his tongue. So Stank has been functionally mute for 3 decades. Stank reveals he still carries that tongue with him in a jar. The girls run off and Nona gives him a lollipop before he realizes what just happened. Give this man an Oscar, he is the highlight of the episode. Light on morale, and probably money too, Sam and Cat go somewhere we haven't seen since the pilot. In-N-Out Burger. Sam is drinking her 10th smoothie, fearing nothing will taste good after she is forced to drink boy sweat, until she looks over and sees who is in the drive-thru line. Chris Christie, the governor of New Jersey. Cat begins screaming for Chris while attempting to jump at his car, and his 2 bodyguards block the way. This distracts everyone long enough that Sam is able to sneak into the restaurant, jump through the driver's side window, and crawl into the back seat, desperate for the Christie crunch.
Let me be clear on this. I do not like anyone who is lumbaceous.
This is enough for the Word Council, who declare lumbaceous is a word. The girls celebrate that they don't have to drink boy sweat, and the council debates on if drinking sweat is gross. The oldest white man there says that he likes it. So the douchebag has to wear a bikini, and his brother entices a biker gang to beat the shit out of him. End of episode. So, as you likely know by now, Sam and Cat was on TV after I stopped watching Nickelodeon, and thus a lot of context from the time is kind of lost on me as I work on this project. Because of this, I'm recording a little amendum to that episode, just filling you in on something which is actually kind of interesting. So the day that this episode premiered, Nickelodeon ran a special cross-franchise event called Gotta Spot It? With the main gimmick being that for each of the 3 teen sitcoms airing that night, there would be some recurring Easter egg for the audience to watch out for. For instance, in The Thundermans, props and characters would sporadically appear upside down. In The Haunted Hathaways, random costume accessories would sometimes appear on characters. And in Sam and Cat, a jester character played by Alan Weiserman would randomly show up throughout the episode. As far as I can tell, his cameos are as follows. 11 seconds in during the stock footage of Venice Beach. 1 minute in dancing on a table at Bots while shrunken down. 2 minutes in as a physical extra in the background of the same scene. 4 minutes and 14 seconds in on a pear pad in the background. During the opening sequence at 6 minutes and 34 seconds. 7 minutes and 44 seconds in as Cat slams the door on an injured Dice. 10 minutes in on a TV screen at Oxnard HQ. 12 minutes in the exact same place. Shrunken down on the desk at Oxnard at 13 minutes 5 seconds. During the transition at 13 minutes 19 seconds. Inside the blue robot's visor at 13 minutes 22 seconds. 17 minutes in as a framed photo at Elderly Acres. 18 minutes in at Inside Out Burger as an extra. 20 minutes in dancing in the background of the Chris Christie lookalike. And finally, peeking outside of a bush 22 minutes in. This character has the behind-the-scenes name of Weirdo, and his existence kind of begs a lot of questions. The most important one being, what is he? Is he God? Is he the devil? Is he a guardian angel like in iCarly? Is he a metahuman like in Henry Danger? Or is he a really lazy Waldo knockoff made by people fulfilling a corporate prompt in the least creative way possible? Either way, he's going on the list, I guess. More generally, I think the biggest thing this character illustrates is my constantly waning attention span with this show. If it wasn't for a comment left by Nick Declieu on Patreon, none of this would have been included, because I literally did not notice a single one of these cameos watching that episode without context. When I watch Sam and Cat, I'm not happy, I'm not angry, I'm in a catatonic state where I just stare at the screen and try not to think about the endless stream of nonsense that the show is dedicated to throwing into my face. Well, except for maybe this next one. This next one gives you a lot of things to react to. Season 1, episode 23 is called full title #The Killer Tuna Jump: #Freddy, #Jade, #Robbie, and you'll never guess who shows up in this one. Also, it turns out that this is Sam and Cat's only double-length episode, and throughout this miniseries so far, we've been consistently counting double episodes as one long episode, not 2 separate episodes. So in my last video, when I said we have 15 episodes to review today, I was wrong. We only have 14. Sorry about that. So at the start of the episode, Sam is loudly mixing sauces into a stock pot as Cat tries to study over the noise. Sam explains she's mixing sauces of all kinds and varieties to make the perfect sauce that will go well on any food. Cat tries the perfect sauce and blurps it up all over Sam's shirt. At this moment, Dice runs in and apologizes for not knocking, but he has a situation that only the girls can fix. We flash back to earlier and see a poker game being played by a variety of Sam and Cat lore characters. Tandy, the red robot, one of the spear fishermen, the egg kid from the texting episode, and Randy. I don't remember who he is, and there's an extra kid. I've got nothing. So the spear fisherman says he's betting all his tuna on his cards, and through a stroke of luck, Dice ends up winning the game. We cut back to the present, where it's revealed that the spear fisherman was not being metaphorical. Dice has literally won 1,200 pounds of live tuna, but not regular tuna. Kansas Razorback tuna, a toxic variant that isn't edible and can eat anything, even people. Sam says once she changes her shirt, she'll help Dice figure this all out, but Kat says she can't come because she's meeting a friend to work on a project for school. Just as she starts to explain further, there's a ring at the door, and as Dice opens it, we see Jade from Victorious. Kat freaks out and runs out the front door, trying to body block Jade from coming inside. Jade asks Kat if she forgot to take her, quote, special vitamins, and Kat tells Jade not to move as she goes back inside. Jade ignores these instructions. Kat explains to Dice that Jade West is the second scariest woman she's ever met. Sam is the first, and she's gone through considerable effort to make sure they never meet each other. If they ever do, Kat fears they would kill each other. Sam prepares to go out the front door, and to stop her, Kat wipes Sam's special sauce over her shirt a second time. Sam asks Kat if she forgot to take her, quote, special vitamins again. As Kat tries to explain, Jade comes in through the back entrance, and Kat screams from shock and passes out. Hours later, and after the title sequence, Kat wakes up to the sound of Jade and Sam screaming at each other from the bedroom, and she thinks they must be killing each other, which I imagine was also the presumption that you made at that description. Instead, we find out the two are playing a Wii Motion style game where they hit the ground with baseball bats. Kat admits her anxieties that because they're both antisocial misfits filled with rage, she was worried that they would murder each other, which Sam and Jade find hilarious as they get along fine. Jade and Sam do a little mildly flirty banter, decide that Kat should just do Psychowitz's assignment on her own, and they rush off to the wharf to see Dice's tuna. At the wharf, Dice has just discovered that it's costing him over $100 a day just to keep the tuna in the 25-feet tank, and he begrudgingly pays the money out to the callous workers. Sam and Jade arrive on the motorcycle, and Kat arrives moments later, having run on foot behind the girls. The mean team study the fish, which are very piranha-like, and Sam throws in a sandwich to show how fast they eat everything in their path. Dice says he's going to lose a lot of money, but Sam has an idea. They will set up ramps on either end of the tank, sell tickets to see a live stunt for the ages, and then Sam will jump the tuna. So this is another reference to sitcoms of days of old. You see, back in the day, there was this old sitcom called Happy Days, which originated the character of the Fonz. The Fonz was known for getting up to a lot of antics and being good at a lot of things. So one day, while the character was water skiing on vacation, he was dared by a group of SoCal hooligans to jump shark-infested waters. He did, and today, jump the shark remains a common term for when a TV show does something so ridiculous or extra that it signifies the golden era coming to an end. Someone told me about this once, I can't remember who. So the entire joke of this episode is that Sam is going to jump the tuna while the show is going to jump the shark. To the extent that most associate Sam and Kat with being a weird legacy crossover show, and this episode is going to prove itself to be the weirdest and the most legacy crossover-y. The episode is also heavily a parody of the audience's expectations, and this episode is going to get way more dramatic and character-driven than normal, and I certainly think that the rest of the show is going to feel a little less intense following this adventure, but I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. So there's a running joke in this scene that Sam and Jade are such a natural pairing that Kat is trying desperately to overcompensate for the fact that she has nothing to say or do, with even the workers at the dock making fun of her for embarrassing herself constantly. Kat says that Sam jumping the tuna is way too dangerous, so they decide to get a local daredevil named the Dirty Skipper to do it in her place. Sam and Jade ride off on the motorcycle, leaving Kat breathing in their toxic fumes. Later, at Bots, Jade tells Sam about how she loves popping pimples, and Sam plays a trick on the Red Robot where she confuses him by requesting gibberish. This causes the Red Robot to short out, killing him.
Thank you for killing my friend.
Kat enters Bots with Dice and Nona and confronts them for constantly hanging out without inviting her, specifically calling them out for going to the movies the night before. The girls say it was a horror movie and Kat wouldn't have had fun, but she's still upset. After sitting with Dice and Nona, Kat vents about her frustration.
Sam stole Jade from me. Oh, come on. I wouldn't say she stole Jaden. Well, I would.
In the greater context of Kat's cross-franchise story arc, her motivations make some sense here. You'll remember that in Victorious Season 1, Kat and Jade weren't really friends. They were just peers in the same friend group. It wasn't until Jade and Beck broke up in Season 3 that Kat made the outward attempt to hang out with Jade outside of school, with it clearly being something she had to invest patience and effort into. So you could imagine that it's frustrating to see Jade and Sam become instant besties after knowing each other for just a few days, especially as this also can be compounded with her equally complex relationship with Sam. Here's my favorite fart noises I can make with my mouth. Nona says where she's from, when someone steals your friend, you steal one of theirs, and Kat likes this idea. So later, as Sam showers before a date with Jade, Kat steals Sam's phone and finds the contact information for one Freddie Benson. We cut to the iCarly hallway set, perfectly preserved, where Freddie gets a call from Sam's cell phone. He picks up, not knowing if it's butt dial or booty call, before he finds out it's Kat. Freddie's mom comes out into the hallway and asks if he's been staring at Carly's door again.
She is in Italy, and she will never love you!
Kat tells Freddie that Sam has been run over by a sports utility van, that she's in dire condition, and he needs to come to LA right away. The next day, Freddie comes in asking where Sam is and what her condition is. Kat blows these questions off and attempts to flirt with Freddie.
Buttocks don't offend me.
Oh.
You want to hang out with me today?
There's this really weird moment where Freddie starts speaking Spanish out of the blue. Now, this was a running joke on iCarly, starting with season 2, I believe. Freddie would just start randomly saying phrases in Spanish. I never brought it up because it was never funny or relevant. But in this scene, when he does it, Kat speaks Spanish back to him, and for a very quick moment, Freddie acts like this is the most erotic thing a woman has ever done to him, and he briefly forgets about Sam and agrees to go do whatever Kat wants. So later, Jade and Sam go to Bots, but find all the tables are taken. Jade can't put up with this, so she sits at a table of boys and gives them all the eyes, until they run away in fear. Sam eventually looks at her regular booth and sees Kat laughing loudly as Freddie sits confused as he hasn't said anything. Freddie is ecstatic to finally see Sam, but she is extremely hurt seeing him out with Kat, and Kat cuts him short of explaining the misunderstanding. Kat announces they have to go as she's taking Freddie on a tour of Los Angeles freeways. Jade says that when she has friends visit LA, she likes to take them on a tour of places where famous people have died, or will die someday. Kat and Freddie rush out the door, and Sam says she can't believe Kat.
For some reason she's always loved freeways.
Sam wishes she could get even, and Jade knows just the way. She pulls out a photo of Robbie Shapiro and says that Kat has had a crush on him for a long time.
Him? He's sort of a him.
Okay, so, random tangent that's maybe mildly offensive to even bring up. Since I did my 13-hour dissertation on the Victorious TV show, I've become kind of submerged in the show's various community discourse and fan theories, both things that were prevalent in the original fandom and in the more recent resurgence of the 2020s. And there's one fan theory that gets brought up to me at least once a month that I just can't escape from. That being that Robbie Shapiro is actually a transgender man. The theory stems from various clues, like how Robbie was in the women's prison when they were all arrested in Yerba. In the season 4 episode where the boys and girls compete with each other, Robbie has to go out of his way to remind everyone that he should be on the boys' team. And in one of the web exclusive skits, Rex mentions Robbie having a bat mitzvah, implying he didn't identify as a boy when he turned 13. I find this theory really funny because basically, to buy into it, you have to believe two things. 1, Robbie is transgender. 2, not only is every institution in the Victorious Universe outwardly bigoted, every single person that Robbie knows hates him so much that they go out of their way to ridicule him for being trans.
He's sort of a him.
It's just this interesting crossover where obviously the joke with this character was supposed to be that everyone thinks so little of him that they assign him effeminate traits. But now the franchise has an active following with a specific demographic that feels solidarity with anyone facing that kind of ridicule. This next scene is unreasonably intense, by the way. So Kat brings Freddy home to the apartment where he attempts to explain why he doesn't say 1 in the iCarly web intro. But before he can go further, she is distracted by a great injustice. The sound of Robbie Shapiro singing the song You're Swell to Sam. In case you forgot, You're Swell is the love song Robbie wrote to Kat in the season 3 finale. So him singing it to another person is extremely upsetting to Kat. It's a song that not only represents their relationship, but also a world of missed opportunity for both of them. So here's the new situation. Sam's mad at Kat for inviting Freddy over. Kat is mad at Sam for inviting Robbie over. Robbie is mad at Kat for going around dating another boy when their story arc never got a resolution. Freddy has no idea what the fuck is going on.
Robbie is in love with me.
So, Freddy's in love with me.
Now, wait a second.
If you're so in love with Sam, then why have you been running around Los Angeles fadoodling with Kat?
I haven't fadoodled with Kat.
You could have if you wanted to.
Robbie is enraged by this and punches Freddy in the gut. But Freddy is more yoked than an egg at Venice Beach and it has no effect. Kat says Sam is a terrible friend for stealing Jade. Sam says Kat is a worse friend for going on a date with the only man Sam has ever loved.
What now?
Sam sheepishly claims she only said that to win the argument. Freddy explains to Robbie that they're just being used. Sam and Kat don't care about either of them, and this is just a chess match in their personal lives. Robbie is ecstatic, for he is so used to being ignored that he is grateful to even be included as a pawn in the story of love. Robbie actually says this. He says the phrase pawn in the story of love, which seems to imply that Sam and Kat are also a potential couple in this scene. Suddenly Dice comes in and Kat starts yelling at him because he's always running in with a new problem for them to solve. Dice says that he does have a problem because he sold 200 tickets for a stunt show where the dirty skipper jumps over a big pot of fish he can't get rid of, and now the dirty skipper says it's too dangerous and he won't do it. But Dice doesn't have to worry because Sam says the thing.
I'm gonna jump the tuna.
Kat reminds Sam that she promised not to jump the tuna, and Sam says Kat doesn't care about her, as she flirted with her ex right in front of her face. Kat says Sam did the same, and Sam responds by kissing Robbie full on the mouth.
That was some tasty Robbie.
Then Robbie makes this face. Dice is here and is like 12. This is weird. Kat runs off to her room and Sam formally agrees to jump the tuna. Robbie pulls out his phone and asks if Sam will please say that was some tasty Robbie a second time. Jade suddenly comes in and asks what she missed, as Freddy's mom calls him to ask about something he said earlier, as it's implied that she wiretapped him at some point. Later on, Sam and Kat are still fighting when Dice brings over a waiver so he can't be sued if Sam is injured or dies. Kat has had enough and says Sam will not be jumping the tuna, as it's too dangerous. Sam says it's too late because someone has to jump the tuna, and so Kat shoves Sam into a closet, saying she will be the one to do it. She nails the closet shut and begins her righteous switcheroo. Okay, so I actually really like this next running joke. At the event, Robbie and Freddy run up to Jade, and Robbie announces that they've been hanging out all day. Robbie says they've been having a great time and points out if you combine their names, it's Frobby, implying the audience should ship them after this episode. Robbie goes to buy tickets and Freddy says to Jade,
Help me!
At the apartment, Kat has stolen Sam's clothing and helmet so she can be the one to jump the tuna. Sam says they have different body types, so Kat grabs 2 oranges and stuffs them down the front of her shirt and into her bra. Do you think if I apply for witness protection, I'll be able to stop watching these shows? So Robbie and Freddie can't get tickets because the show is sold out, but they're told they can watch if they stand in the camera lift. Freddie says he doesn't even want to watch because he still has feelings for Sam and he's worried about her. Sam gets tired of being stuck in the closet and punches a hole through it. Nona ends up sitting next to Jade and tries to make conversation about a jazz musician she once dated, but Jade walks away. Nona says a meme phrase to a child.
You like jazz?
Kat shows up and drives really badly. While Robbie keeps flirting with Freddie, Sam meticulously breaks the rest of the door down before leaving for a reason I can't figure out. Someone dressed like Billy Shears gives a drum roll and it's time for Kat to jump the tuna. But Sam shows up and the motorcycle slips and hits the camera lift, and Robbie and Freddie both fall into the death pit. The credits roll, that's the end of the episode and both of their romance arcs. But no, for real. Sam and Kat make up and Jade yells that someone needs to rescue Frobby.
Please don't call us that!
Sam jumps in to rescue her boo, and after that it's questioned who is going to save Robbie. No one is interested in doing this except Kat, who knocks herself out trying. So no one is going to jump the tuna, but the audience is still satisfied because at least someone got hurt. People begin to leave, still ignoring Robbie being eaten alive, and the spear fisherman and Jade exchange brief banter before she declines to reciprocate a fist bump. Later, at the hospital, Kat says Freddie isn't her type because he's too tech nerdy, and Sam says Robbie isn't her cut of beef either. We cut to 2 hospital beds, where we see both men are not in great condition, with Freddie being unable to talk. Sam says when Freddie is healed up and can talk and chew again, she'd like it if they went out and got some dinner and had some fun. And Robbie tells Kat that when he's out of there, he'd like to take her out. Just the 2 of them. As the girls leave, Robbie says he knows just what will cheer Freddie up, as he takes out his guitar and begins playing Freddie the same love ballad he has previously sung to Kat and Sam, all while Freddie screams barely tangible yells of disgust. The moral of the story is, in LA, everyone is bi and swinging. Okay, so I'm not sure if I've mentioned this before, but this episode was actually the only one that I saw back in 2014. And even then, I don't even really think I finished it. As you'll recall, I was big into the Sam and Freddie ship on iCarly, and because Sam and Freddie were left on an open note, seeing a revival of sorts tackle that felt like something worth checking out. Now, I didn't see all of the episode. I'd say I probably saw about a quarter of it, but I do remember just being mystified by the direction in this one. So what they did in this episode is take 2 ships from 2 different shows that both had mishandled conclusions and a lack of resolution, and they were like, let's make an episode that makes no one happy, which is very typical with the standard of these shows actively mocking people who were invested in the show. But it feels even more insulting here, where practically everyone who is really into these romantic pairings weren't watching this show and probably only came back by word of mouth for this one episode, only to find out that it was like the same shit. As an adult, I do think it's funny that the joke of this episode is that almost every possible pairing in this polycule is seriously posed in episode as a romantic possibility. It is a little bit funny that so much of this episode is about how Robbie very clearly has a crush on Freddie. It's actually probably the most funny joke in the series so far that hasn't come out of Goomer's mouth. Overall, I was actually shocked by this episode, rewatching it properly. Not only because so many scenes were outright weird and inappropriate for the target demographic, but also because if you delete those moments, this is the best episode of Sam and Kat. In fact, and I want this to be something you're thinking about going forwards, given that Sam and Kat's production fell apart at a very awkward point in the season, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't hold this episode and make it the show's finale. I'm sure there will be continuity in future episodes that makes this idea impractical, but this episode does carry a lot of ideas that you would want a Sam and Kat finale to have. It has the origin show legacy characters, it has the drama, the humor, but more importantly, it actually does supply resolution that the original source material didn't. In the episode, Robbie and Kat flat out say that they're in love with each other, to each other's faces, and Sam and Freddy come very close to doing the same. About as close as they're emotionally capable of, honestly. And at the end of the episode, all four seem to recognize that their jealousy is probably indicative that they need to give their respective pairings a second shot. I honestly think Sam and Kat should have leaned into this crossover element more often than it did. This episode is like eating some really unhealthy junk food that's not good for you. It's tacky and cheap and has some real questionable ingredients, but it's fun. Any other episode of Sam and Kat is like eating marmalade mixed with uncooked rice. And much like the Psychowitz episode didn't find a use for him, this episode forgets to find anything to do with Jade. She's funny, she's charismatic, she steals every scene, and then she sits in the back of the room. And at the end of the day, this episode does jump the shark and does mark the show's peak because it rushes through too many cameo concepts that otherwise could have been at least 2 or 3 better standalone episodes. Okay, 4 episodes left in the original NSU. So while we wait to cover those, I thought it would be fun to do yet another of our classic pinboard segments. This is one of my favorite things to do. It's one of the best things on the channel, and I love always getting to share these little moments with you guys. So at the start of the episode, Kat comes home to the apartment to see Sam throwing glass cups into the air as they shatter on the floor. Sam explains she's trying to teach herself how to juggle, and knives haven't worked out so well. Kat says she was just shopping at the mall and apologizes for leaving Sam to babysit alone. Sam apparently isn't aware that she is babysitting until she remembers that she left the children alone to have a battle. Giant scissors versus hedge clippers. The kids have ruined their haircuts, but luckily the rest of them seem intact. Kat says that she was out shopping for a special gift for Sam, but that she can't see it until Yay Day. She goes on to explain that this is a special holiday that she made up. By her logic, the best part of Christmas is gifts, and the best part of birthdays are gifts. But both holidays are bogged down by added sentimental meaning. Yay Day is the most logical, condensed model of the archetype. The holiday celebrates getting cool gifts and isn't about anything else in the slightest. Okay, here's the thing about fake holidays. I think if you're going to make one up, you should be forced to pick a specific date. Festivus is December 23rd, First Contact Day is April the 5th, Halloween is May the 1st, Possum Day is October 18th, Life Day is the 3rd Thursday in November. Yay Day is Saturday. That's all they say in the episode. It's Saturday. This episode aired on January the 20th, which was a Monday, so do I celebrate this on January the 17th or January the 24th? Once I have to put this much thought into celebrating a gag holiday, it stops being fun. After the title sequence, we see Kat on Yay Day Eve decking out the apartment in various Yay decorations. As this happens, we get our first sighting of Goomer in this batch of episodes, as he and Dice enter with the intention to stay the night and celebrate the holiday the next morning. Dice asks for a drink of coffee and Kat says no. Sam wakes up to find that Kat has covered her in balloons and says that she doesn't want to celebrate Yay Day. Goomer and Dice convince her to go through with it, and Sam eventually says she'll go along and get presents for everyone except for Kat, because Kat is a snooper. The last time Sam got Kat a present, Kat opened it early, and so Sam has sworn off giving her gifts. Kat says she's moved past having that issue ever since her doctor prescribed her special vitamins. And as she frantically explains this, she begins to unwrap Goomer's Yay Day gift. But Kat resists and Sam relents, and says she'll buy everyone presents, but only if Kat promises not to snoop. Later, Dice, Nona, and Goomer play karaoke, singing a PZB song in spite of his recent appearance on Alex Jones. Dice asks Nona where she learned to rap like that, and she says that in the 80s, she spent a crazy weekend in Vegas with the Sugar Hill Gang. This is a continuation of a kinda weird running joke from a few episodes ago, where Nona will occasionally list off the name of a guy she's dated or hooked up with, and then she gets cut off. But if you Google the names, they're all actual famous black guys from the 70s and 80s.
You know, the first throbbing moon I ever saw was back in 1962 when I was dating Nipsey Russell. I was dating a professional basketball player named Bob McAdoo.
Yeah, where'd you learn to rap like that?
Well, back in the 80s, I spent a crazy weekend in Reno with the Sugar Hill Gang.
So take that information as you will. Kat joins the group and Dice asks for a drink again, and Kat again says no. She then presents the trio a book she's written titled A Hard Yea's Night. This is the story she's invented to give the holiday lore, independent from reality that she's basically just made up. Sam comes in with gifts for everyone but Nona, and Kat breaks from this thought, begging to know what she got. Everyone talks Kat down, and Goomer begins crying, explaining,
I can't read!
You can't read?
Nah, I can. I was just messing with all y'all.
That night, while Sam sleeps in bed with her food, Kat sneaks out to the living room and takes the gift Sam had left for her, discovering Sam has given her the gift of mouthwash, specifically for those with horrible breath. And as a bonus, foot wash, for much the same, except with feet. The next morning, Dice asks Sam if there's any orange juice, and Sam says no. Dice begs for a drink of any kind, and Sam insists they have nothing, while everyone else mocks him for being so thirsty. Nona says that when she was young, thirsty kids on a hot day would just find a damp rock and lick the underside of it. Eventually, Kat walks out, being very passive-aggressive, and asks for some orange juice, to which Sam says there is some in the fridge. Kat says she'll let the others open their gifts alone, as she is now a Yay Day Scrooge. But everyone begs for her to join in. Still feeling very angry, Kat takes the gift that she had intended for Sam and runs to the bedroom, as Sam quickly stops Dice from getting a sip of orange juice. Kat decides not to give Sam the expensive jacket she bought and suddenly sees Herb at the window. Herb says that he just bought a new boat and that he'd like to park it in the girl's garage. Kat says they don't have a garage, and Herb says that he just found a dirty, stained pillow in the street. Kat offers to trade the expensive jacket for the pillow, but Herb says he has a lot of expensive jackets and a lot of expensive things, so this would be meaningless. But Kat talks him into it, and he heads back to his condo.
My life's going great.
Good for you. So Kat does the switch and watches Sam open the pillow. Kat then passive-aggressively opens Sam's gift, but Sam realizes she made a mistake labeling them, and that it is actually the gift for Goomer. Sam explains that she called Goomer's mom, and this was the gift that she recommended. It turns out that this mouthwash is Goomer's favorite, but is only available in Australia, reminding us of Goomer's origin as the adopted son of a well-traveled Frenchman. I guess. Probably not. They probably didn't put that much thought into it. I actually just realized as I'm recording this, I don't know how Sam imported that from Australia if she decided she was doing this 24 hours ago. Goomer is ecstatic to see that she even got him the foot one as well. It turns out that Sam's gift to Kat is actually Mr. Roper, a new jump rope that lights up and plays music. Along with this gift, there is a note. I hate most people, but it's you I like. Sam is visibly distant about the tonal difference between their two Yay Day gifts, and quietly leaves the apartment, while Goomer gargles the red wash until it's pointed out that that is the foot wash, and he spits it all over his bare foot. Kat and Sam meet up, where Sam shares an honest dissertation on her trauma. She says that she's never had a great gift given to her before, which is bullshit because there's no way that Carly gave bad gifts. But anyways, yeah, so she says she's never had a great gift given to her before, and she was hoping if someone got her a great gift, it would show her the meaning of gift giving. And she shares a story about what living with her mom was like back in Seattle. When Sam turned 9, Sam's mother gave her a shovel and a bowl of meatballs for her birthday. Sam, in a youthful out-of-character moment, did not eat the meatballs, instead planting them in the ground with the shovel, thinking that a meatball tree would grow. She notes that it never did and begins crying. This is the closest that Sam Puckett has come to self-actualization in 7 years. Kat comes clean about snooping and apologizes for giving Sam a bad gift. Sam apologizes for pushing Kat off the bench and pushes Kat off the bench. In the credits sequence, Di spots a damp rock outside the apartment and decides to give in to Nona's advice and licks it. To his surprise, it is indeed refreshing. I'm glad we spent the whole episode building up to that. Season 1, episode 25 is titled #Brain Crush, and we start off with Nona, Di, Sam, and Kat arriving at Bots, which has been rented out for a birthday party for a kid named Otis. The Red Robot comes over to kick them out as it is an exclusive event, but the girls explain that they babysit Otis sometimes, and they were invited to the party. Sam casually insults the machine, as she often does, but this time it responds by predicting the apocalypse for the second time in the series run.
I may be a machine, but I will live forever, unlike you humans who will one day all be dead. Enjoy the party!
This is actually a thematically relevant start to the story. You remember in the Victorious video game when Pear Pads being released caused all of the characters in the game to become mindless zombies? Well, this episode is a direct adaptation of that extremely not played out idea. We find out that no one at the party is being very attentive, and this is because they're all glued to their phones. And more specifically, a new and exhilarating app, Brain Crush. A juggler hired by the party enters, and everyone notices that he is the most famous juggler in the world or something. And he begins juggling 3 wigs which are lit on fire. But no one cares because they're on their phones. When the cake comes out, all the kids are still not interested. They're on their phones. So, because no one else wants the cake, Sam comes over and takes 2 fistfuls and walks off screen to husk into a poorly lit corner and lick her hands clean in darkness and shame, I presume. After the title sequence, we see Sam putting the door back together after kicking it down the night before because she couldn't find her keys. Kat comes out and reminds Sam that she's currently preparing for a one-woman theater show that she's doing the following night, titled Abraham Lincoln, an alternate universe monologue about Abraham Lincoln, except he's a babe. Sam doesn't want to go, but Kat says that if she does, Kat will pop the pimple on Sam's back. Sam agrees, as it has been a problem. So you can go ahead and put this in, I guess. I wrote this in the script, and it made me so sick to my stomach that I deleted it, but I think I should say it because I'm tired of not talking about the weird stuff in this show. Sam and Kat is such a weird show to sit through and watch because it exists perfectly in between 2 of the worst moments in both the NSU and the Grande extended celebrity fandom. And those 2 moments are Ariana Grande sticking her foot in her mouth on the slap.com and Frankie Grande getting puss from a giant pimple just splattered all over his face like something that would get me demonetized. And because this show is in between those 2 moments perfectly, the show is just filled with all the feet shit, but it's also got all this like pimple stuff that you don't even think about that is mainly like the Henry Danger era. So you get the worst of both worlds, and it gives me nightmares. Kat says that she's heading to Elderly Acres as Nona can help her finish her costume and wash her laundry. Sam says,
"Won't take much soap to wash this,"
which isn't appropriate, and Sam suddenly realizes Nona is apparently offering to do their laundry for free. Moments later, she emerges with several trash bags filled with clothing, as we learn that she hasn't done any laundry since the iCarly finale. This brings into question many things. For instance, does Sam just buy new clothes every week? Is that where their babysitting income is going? Did Sam bring any of her clothes from Seattle? Is she just spending a fortune on her wardrobe every single fiscal year. However, Sam and Kat's conversation is interrupted by Dice, who has now become a brain-crushed zombie. He hasn't slept, fails to respond to anything around him, and is soaking wet because he accidentally walked through a car wash a la Fred. Now, an odd thing worth pointing out, in this episode, Brain Crush is described as a parody of Candy Crush, with the only difference being that you match pictures of brains instead of candy. But the tie-in video game released on Nick.com, and by association, the visuals of the game which appear in this episode depict imagery relating to the show itself, with shapes including the logo ampersand, the pineapple the girls hide their money in, Sam's chicken leg, and of course, a sock. You know, cause like feet and shit. So Kat openly contemplates getting into Brain Crush since it looks so fun, but Sam warns it would destroy her life, as Dice is already so far gone he doesn't even notice when Sam starts hitting him with a pillow. Kat points out that Dice's Pearphone is about to die, and because Kat has a slightly older Pearphone, she doesn't have a cord compatible with his, a scheme which she says the Pear Company does to make you buy more cords. And so as Sam goes back to fixing the door, Dice runs out and slams it, getting Sam's fingers crushed in the process. Later, Kat rolls Sam into Elderly Acres in a shopping cart, as Sam's hands are bandaged up, so she can't walk. Kat tries to help Sam out of the cart, doing so by sticking her head between Sam's legs and lifting that way. However, they suddenly see a terrifying sight. Nona is now also addicted to Brain Crush, as she's been playing it on her Pear Pad. As the girls try to reach Nona, everyone in the home starts moaning like zombies, saying they have to find brains to crush. The girls lock the zombies inside the home and find a police officer and beg for his help. We see that he's also affected by the virus, and he becomes distracted long enough that Sam and Kat steal his utility belt. You know, like Batman has. He has one of those.
I've got a tool belt, like Tim the Toolman Taylor.
And they steal it, and just because it's cool, they don't use it later. So the girls manage to get Dice and Nona back into the apartment, where they play the game quietly in the corner. Sam can't change the channel because her hands are all bandaged up, so instead she takes off her shoes and socks to begin controlling it with her feet, because what else would you do? However, in this process, she accidentally switches the TV to composite video. So later, Kat is backstage prepping for her one-woman show, wearing a fake red beard and, confusingly, speaking with a British accent. Sam enters and begins a long bit about how hard it is to use the bathroom, as loud banging noises suddenly emit from the walls. Kat explains that there is a kids' dojo next door. A theater employee says the audience is ready, and Kat can begin. So Kat starts her show, and you could have guessed this, but no one is watching because they're all playing Brain Crush. The play is really embarrassing and just sad, to the point that even Nona and Dice occasionally break from their zombie mind virus to question Kat's creative choices. Meanwhile, the biggest creative choice I want to bring up is that of the actual showrunners. It's interesting that this episode was filmed pretty substantially far into Ariana's career blowing up, but despite this, it seems that the show is pivoting in no way to take advantage of this. And I'm not angry or in disagreement with that creative decision, I just think it's pretty interesting. In some ways, you have to wonder if Ariana liked it this way. Maybe to her, taking a break from her serious and hectic celebrity life to go back to doing absolutely absurdist stuff like this on the weekends was somehow therapeutic. Or maybe she hated it as much as I do. It's just hard to tell some days. The audience tells Kat to shut up so they can concentrate on the game, and Kat runs away crying. Sam nearly assaults a random child, with her bandages being the only thing stopping her. Back in her dressing room, Kat apologizes to Abraham Lincoln, whom she now feels a spiritual connection with, as they both have incredibly bad luck at theaters. That's the actual line in the episode. It's not me making a witty joke. That's what they say. Sam tries to comfort Kat, but Kat won't be happy until the audience pays her attention. Sam, listening to the noises next door, comes up with an idea, and soon enough, all of the young dojo members are running in and begin breaking the audience's phones and Pear Pads. Several minutes later, and all of the technology is broken, and the audience is thoroughly terrified into watching Kat's awful play. Later, at the apartment, Kat says that she can't get her fake beard off because she used Grizzly glue. Yes, the same Grizzly glue that Kat used in Victoria Season 1 to put the monster makeup on Tori. Kat literally never learns anything. However, Nona rips the beard off and Kat seems to be okay. Dice and Nona reflect on how easily they got addicted to the game, and the quartet agree that it's sad how so much of humanity is now addicted to screens, always gaming or tweeting, never being able to experience the world around them. A quietness fills the room, and they all decide to watch TV. This episode is just supposed to be cartoony and stupid, but how it comes across as an aggressive metaphor for the iCarly culture takeover from the perspective of cable television, which really only speaks to the sadness of cable television. Because for a long time, cable TV was the thing, right? It had everyone's attention because there was nothing else to do. If there was a cultural phenomenon that took the nation by storm, it either came from movie theaters, the radio, or cable. That was pretty much it. But then phones came out, social media algorithms came out, new media in Silicon Valley started a bidding war for your attention span. And suddenly, cable TV couldn't get anyone to look twice at their content, and they were left babysitting children with a constantly decreasing attention span, just begging for anyone to give them even the slightest amount of praise and attention that they so easily had before. Fart noises, part 2. Okay, so at this point in the video, I'd like to stop for a moment and take a little break. I'll explain why momentarily, but first, let's go ahead and get caught up on our hashtag crimes of these 5 hashtag episodes. Hashtag crime number 104 is Sam and Kat stealing $4,000 from a buggy ATM. Hashtag crime number 105 is Sam pouring a slushie down Scott Bio's pants. Hashtag crime number 106 is police brutality, but Sam is a citizen and she was just acting out police duty, so I guess hashtag crime number 106 is snitch brutality. Hashtag crime number 107 is Dice and the Continuity Cameo Gang playing poker at Bots. Hashtag crime number 108 is Sam and Jade killing the Red Robot. Hashtag crime number 109 is Sam and Kat stealing a police officer's Batman utility belt. And hashtag crime number 110 is Sam recruiting an army of dojo children to break all of the technology in the audience of Kat's terrible one-woman show.
Hey Quinn, did you hear that Betty White died? Yeah, I'm gonna miss her. I love that scene in the Star Wars Holiday Special. There was more than one Golden Girl?
So the episode starts with us returning to a familiar location from the start of season 2-ish, the gas station, which Sam and Kat robbed earlier in the season. The girls are there to put up a flyer for their babysitting service, but decide they also want to pick up some Blue Dog soda on the way out. However, the store is swarmed with government agents guarding the stuff. And we learn that Blue Dog soda has been banned in California for having too much sugar. We meet a muscular government man who explains that thanks to his campaigning, the State Bureau of Interference has passed a regulation making it illegal to buy or drink Blue Dog soda. He then takes note of their babysitting advert and takes a photo. He explains he might use their service as he hates his son. Okay, so obviously the big point here is to introduce the narrative plot point of a soda prohibition. But it's also worth pointing out that this is basically a parody of a real thing that happened around that same part of the decade. In 2013, New York City attempted to implement a regulation banning the sale of sugary drinks past a certain cup size. Famously announced by Michael Bloomberg, the regulation would have been enforced as a health code in the city. And while this change did pass that year, it was struck down by the New York Supreme Court. The most obvious parallel here is that Blue Dog soda is being banned due to a bureaucratic regulation and not an actual law. But furthermore, this episode did predict a similar war on soda that happened in California throughout the rest of the 2010s. In November 2014, Berkeley, California became the first city in America to implement a controversial soda tax, which made buying sugary drinks within the city more expensive than other options. Some reports indicate that this led to a 50% drop in soda sales. More cities adopted this in years to come, causing California's state legislature to ban cities from implementing local soda taxes until 2031. It's wild to think that we're actually closer to 2031 than we are to 2016. That's not actually true, I just wanted to scare you. But on top of all that, this episode is also defined by being yet another ripoff of an episode of Zoey 101. This one is based on the season 4 episode Coffee Cart Ban, where coffee is banned on campus and the kids start selling it illegally. Anyways, let's get back to the bad show. After the title sequence, Kat tries to teach Goomer to hula hoop, before Dice suddenly runs in, revealing that he has, in a closed safe, his last bottle of Blue Dog soda. Dice says it's likely the last bottle in California, and tells Goomer to check it out. Goomer mishears this as chuck it out and throws it at a passing car. So they go into the apartment, where we discover that Sam has taken things into her own hands, as she has studied the soda online and is trying to deduce the exact formula. However, when Kat tries it, she says it's all wrong.
Well, if we're talking about the basic flavor profile of Blue Dog, the primary taste is a 60-40 blend of vanilla and citrus, with trace amounts of cherry, clove, nutmeg, and juniper.
Jupiter! Kat promises she can make the soda herself, and it will only take 3 hours. Dice retells the story of Goomer throwing the bottle at the street, and Sam decides they're going to take sponges and get every drop that spilled off of the side of the road as they squeeze the soda into their mouths. Can you tell that this is supposed to be meth? So 3 hours later, the gang takes shots and declare Kat's blend is identical to the original, if not better. They all agree they should start selling the stuff, not to make money, but as a protest, but also to make money.
Well, if we're gonna produce that much soda, we're gonna need a supply and distribution network, and also a comprehensive marketing strategy that'll inform the public about our product while not raising suspicion in the law enforcement community. I just found a worm in my pocket.
Sam says they need somewhere secret and hidden to make the soda, and Dice suggests the secret room hidden behind their wall safe. So Kat texts Sam all the ingredients they need, and they go out and buy it all at once. A rookie mistake.
Don't buy everything in one place. Do it piecemeal. Different items, different stores. Attracts less attention.
We see a long musical montage of the girls making Blue Dog soda, with emphasis being put on close-ups of the blue fluid flooding tubes and measuring equipment. The background music is very swanky, emphasizing the intended gag, that this sequence is a parody of the meth montages from Breaking Bad. My favorite thing about this is that on the Sam and Kat wiki, it says the concept of the episode may be a reference Breaking Bad. The article basically says this twice and it doesn't elaborate any further. And I love that because it carries this hilarious energy of like, this episode might be a parody of Breaking Bad. I'm not sure because my mom won't let me watch that show. So the girls get many desperate customers coming to their window, including a cameo by Woody from iCarly and Victorious, and Randy. You remember Randy, right? I don't. There's a knock at the door, and Kat opens it to find the State Bureau of Interference guy, who wants to ask some questions. Sam comes out and shuts the door in his face. The vibe I get is that the Bureau guy is supposed to be a parody of Hank, right? Because obviously they eventually reveal that he's only there to ask about the babysitting service and they're all friendly with him. So he is the figure who has a close kinship with the main characters, despite it being his actual job to stop the illegal stuff going on in the show. Okay, so it's time for another one of my pointless tangents about something else entirely. When I was in high school, we had this class called media that everyone wanted to take, because when you were in media, what you did was you made presentations and monthly, specials that everyone in school had to watch. that were supposed to be recapping what was going on at the school, but everyone just used it as an excuse to make skits. Every wannabe YouTuber at that school just joined media so they can make comedy, and it was really beautiful for what it was. So my junior year of high school, to advertise the yearbook, they did an elaborate Breaking Bad parody, where our yearbook teacher played a parody of Walter White, with the joke being that he was making illegal yearbooks.
This is the best yearbook I've ever seen. I think we can make a lot of money together, Daniel.
This other guy I knew named Brad, who was one of the funniest people I've ever met in my entire life, he played a parody of Jesse. And then they introduced a brand new character named Mitch. This was done explicitly so they could get away with directly copying Aaron Paul quotes from the show.
This is my own private domicile and I will not be harassed. Bitch!
This is my own private domicile, and I will not be harassed. Mitch.
This joke has never left my mind. Sometimes it's still the first thing I think about when people bring up Breaking Bad, even 10 years later. And I think that speaks to the power of a good joke, even in the least professional setting possible.
Look at that, Mr. Roof. That's the best I've ever seen.
Do you have any idea of the street value of this?
So here's why I've told you all this. The bureau guy explains he's just there because he knows about the babysitting service, and he introduces to the girls his son, who is named
Mitch.
So now the show has unknowingly set up an extremely specific expectation. This episode will get a passing grade, but only if they go out of their way to have Mitch linger around scenes so that Sam or Kat can occasionally blurt out Aaron Paul quotes, but instead of saying bitch, they say Mitch. And if that doesn't happen, then this show is officially the least creative thing ever made by human hands. So the bureau guy explains he needs the babysitters not just because he hates his son, but also because someone is making illegal Blue Dog soda, and he has to find and arrest them. Back in the bedroom, Kat freaks out and says they have to quit making Blue Dog because it's going to get them in trouble. But Sam insists they only need to make 100 more bottles just to keep for themselves for the next few years. While Sam babysits Mitch, Kat, Dice, and Goomer get to work, but nearly cause an explosion when Dice forgets to shut off the pressure valve. Yes, that's really what they say. So 3 days later, we see Sam and Mitch carving with cheese, and Mitch has made a dinosaur. The bureau guy comes in and says that he still hasn't found the crooks. But just as he's trying to pay Sam, a cataclysm shakes the apartment. The meth lab has exploded. So the girls get caught in the act, and the bureau dude says they're in big trouble. The gang stand up to him and ask why Blue Dog soda had to be banned. And he says it's because it's not healthy and some people drink too much. So the gang asks, well, why not ban sandwiches? Or sleeping? Or roller coasters? Or pooping? The bureau man is moved and breaks down crying, saying he will turn back the Blue Dog soda ban the next day. He then sees his son's sculpture and hugs him, saying he's very proud of his son. The gang share a final soda as we fade to black. They didn't do the joke. They didn't say Mitch's name like Aaron Paul says bitch. They introduced a character named Mitch and they didn't fucking. Anyways, the moral of this one is that crystal meth should be legal. With that, it's time for Sam and Kat to continue another tradition of the shows that came before it. So let's go ahead and talk about Sam and Kat Season 1, Episode 27, #blooper episode, aka the one that definitely shouldn't count. So a quick recap to those of you who are watching my Sam and Kat saga as a standalone project. One of the biggest contributions that iCarly made to the NSU was the introduction of a divergent parallel universe, which we know as the Metaverse. This is a universe somewhat like our own, where iCarly, Victorious, and Sam and Cat are all TV shows made by heavily fictionalized versions of the actual cast and crew. Some of the main difference so far have been that Miranda Cosgrove was presented as the producer and director of iCarly, even being in charge of who was fired from the show. Rex from Victorious was presented as being portrayed by a sentient puppet named Christopher Kane, infamous for having many accusations in the acting community, and many actors have been portrayed as having identical personalities to the characters they play on TV. So, #blooper episode starts with Jeanette McCurdy, Ariana Grande, Cameron Ocasio, Zoran Korak, and Marie Cheatham arriving at a diner, as they're spending time together during their lunch break. Although, Zoran is instructed to sit at an island away from the rest of the gang so he doesn't block their view of the fourth wall.
How come I can't sit over there with you guys?
Because you're not a main character yet.
Oh.
Hey, man. I know how it feels.
The ongoing complete contradiction that every single memorable episode of this show features Goomer as the driving narrative as per why the episode happens, but he's not a main character somehow. So a waiter comes out and recognizes everyone as being from the show Sam and Carly, which they quickly correct to Sam and Cat. The waiter asks what they're doing there, and Jeanette says they're hoping he'll bring them food. The waiter says Jeanette is just like Sam, and everyone agrees without commentary. Zoran says that he plays Goomer, and everyone stares at him. The waiter explains that he's an aspiring actor, and pulls out a headshot. He asks if the gang ever has problems remembering their lines. Jeanette says they do, and pulls out a pear pad. You know, like we have in the fucking real world. She says she has a bloopers reel prepared of them messing up their lines. They finish watching the first reel, and the waiter says he has to call his grandma and tell her about meeting them, despite him not taking their order. Then a teenage girl runs up to the table and says she loves Sam and Cat. She suddenly becomes lucid that she's actually in an episode right now and asks if she's missed the theme song yet, because she loves it. She loves the Backhouse Mike song. I'm never that far, no matter where you are. Believe in everything you come true. That's her favorite song. The gang say she's arrived just in time, and they play the song on their real-world actual pear pads. After the titles, Cameron says they only have 25 minutes left on their lunch break, and Cameron, buddy, you better enjoy that time while you can. Soon, they're approached by two teenage boys who recognize them all from the show. The boys ask if they ever get the giggles while filming the show, and so Cameron pulls out a compilation of the cast getting the giggles. Zoran stands up to watch the bloopers too, and Jeanette tells him to get back to his island.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
After the reel is done, he again asks to join them at their table, and they again tell him to stay away.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
And you could have...
The table is then approached by a mother who says that her daughter loves Sam and Cat, and there's just no way. There is no way that the cast of this show gets approached in public this often without people mentioning iCarly, Victorious, or the music of Ariana Grande. The mom wants to know if the cast ever has problems with the props while they're filming, and Marie pulls out a pear pad to show them another compilation. There are Family Guy episodes with fewer cutaways than this. Okay, now watch what happens here. First of all, the pear pad screen, being shaped like a pear, presents the video in a smaller, much smaller 16:9 box. So Nona expands this box with her fingers naturally, and this does not full screen the video. It zooms in the video while keeping it inside of the original 16:9 box. I can only presume that this means that pear pad technology lacks the ability to do full screen video. Doesn't that piss you off? Anyway, so they watch the compilation, and the mom is upset that she can't get her daughter to verbalize.
I wish my daughter had friends.
The gang call for their waiter again, but instead get two kids who want a photo, and they ask Ariana to take it.
You want me in the picture, right?
No. Oh, no. We want a picture with Marie.
It turns out that the kids are huge fans of Marie and list a bunch of big-name TV shows and movies that the actress has been in.
Gunsmoke, General Hospital, Katniss and Lacey, Beetlejuice, Search for Tomorrow.
I'm shocked that they didn't include Quantum Leap, Columbo, Days of Our Lives in the 1960s, Soul Man, Dangerous Curves, Days of Our Lives in the 1970s, Days of Our Lives in the 1990s, The Nanny, Scrubs, Days of Our Lives in 2010, and finally Bizaardvark. But I guess that last one's a spoiler. So yeah, they take the picture.
Is it a good pic?
Yeah, fantastic.
Don't get jealous, Ari. Don't get jealous just because you weren't in Quantum fucking Leap. Yeah, you suck, Ari. Yeah, I'm a fucking Marie stan. I will defend my queen. So the kids turn to leave, but the gang asks them to stop real quick and ask a question for a cutaway setup. So they do, and bang, you got yourself another compilation. Everyone's angry that the waiter hasn't even taken their order, but they all turn nice when another fan approaches. The fan identifies that the cast is going to be filming the meta bloopers episode that day, and says she knows this because the show's creator has tweeted that information out.
Oh, he is a great
best person. Genius.
The girl asks if there's going to be a commercial break, and they say yes, and Cameron shows her all of the commercials that they're going to show during that episode's break. This joke would be really funny if people still watched old TV shows the way they were intended to be seen. Their waiter finally returns and asks if they want their check. Everyone points out that they haven't even ordered yet, and the waiter says he'll take their order after they answer a simple question. Is it exciting to film their show? So Zoran pulls out his pear pad and shows the waiter a compilation of everyone being exhausted on set and yawning. A metacontextual joke about how they filmed very long hours on this show to make up for how few days Ariana had to commit to the show. Everyone says those were the wrong clips, and so Zoran plays the stunts compilation, with highlights including a group of babies climbing up a wall and Scott the Woz dying. The waiter says he'll get their order once he finds a pen and runs off screen. But then Jeanette notices something. Tandy, the red robot, Tandy from their show Sam and Cat, is also at the restaurant. Tandy, the actor Tandy, who plays himself in their show, reveals that he already ordered his food a couple minutes ago and they brought it out to him right away. Cameron says that he has to share since they've been waiting, and so Tandy murders Cameron. He disintegrates him with a laser. Cameron is dead now. Tandy, the actor who plays himself on Sam and Cat, just killed a child, and that child was Cameron Ocasio. Cameron Ocasio, the actor, is now dead in the metaverse. The red robot asks if anyone else wants his food, and everyone says no, because he just murdered someone. There is no attempt to call the police, and he just starts to roll away. A child then approaches Tandy and asks if anything has ever gone wrong with the red and blue robots. Tandy says that he actually has a compilation of just that, and shows some cutaway bloopers on his welder visor. Except all of the clips aren't bloopers, but actual scenes from actual episodes where the robots are malfunctioning to fit the narrative. At this point, you could argue this episode is as much a clip show as it is a blooper reel. The kid asks the red robot if he's dating the blue robot, and the red robot gets frantic and begins insisting that someone hijacked his phone and those texts weren't from him. The kid walks away, not knowing how close he came to being murdered by a bloodthirsty android. Also, during that last compilation, Zoran has taken Cameron's spot at the table, the group readily adjusting to the murder of a 14-year-old. A bunch of waiters bring food to the table, and Jeanette thanks them for bringing them the food that they ordered. However, Zoran loudly points out that the food is for someone else, and the waiters come back to seize the seasoned delicacies. Ariana begins crying, and Jeanette comforts her, leading to the first time in the show that they've actually addressed the 5'1" elephant in the room.
You got a huge music career going for you.
double platinum. Thank you.
The girl who was setting up the opening sequence returns and reveals that she's brought her friend, JD. He's never seen the show, so she was hoping the girls could show him a compilation of funny clips that represent the magic of Sam and Cat, alongside one exclusive blooper from the show Drake and Josh. This is the compilation that includes the most actual bloopers, where the cast says funny stuff and they riff a little, and it's sort of sad that they have to subsidize these moments with clips of loud noises and stunt work from the show itself. It kind of implies that the show maybe wasn't a blast to film, so they have to fill in the bloopers episode with filler and sawdust. And then at the end, we get 3 bloopers, count 'em, 3 bloopers from Drake and Josh.
You won the scoring game!
That didn't make any sense, I'm sorry.
Yay!
Now, a quick tangent about this, since it's something I've been wanting to talk about for a while. So you might remember that in episode 1 of this miniseries, I binged iCarly, not to be confused with episode 0, The Reign of Fred Figglehorn. I did a segment discussing the history of aspect ratio and iCarly. To recap, iCarly was originally broadcast to most Americans in 4:3. However, the show began when it was clear that the total switch to HD was not far away. So every episode of the show was actually filmed in 16:9, edited in 16:9, and then cropped to 4:3 for both initial broadcast and the DVD releases. This meant that when Nickelodeon did eventually make the full switch to HD, they could continue airing even the oldest episodes of the show. This is notable because some iCarly episodes have extended editions with long, exclusive deleted scenes available only on the original DVD releases. So a lot of these scenes are not available in the 16:9 format, despite the original edits being readily available in HD. Another detail worth considering is that even through the production of Sam and Cat, it was more than common for foreign Nickelodeon affiliates to still broadcast in standard definition, 4:3. So even episodes of Victorious, for instance, are framed for the 4:3 aspect ratio and only follow the fundamental rule of thirds if you crop the sides off. Anyway, so here's the big mystery. Occasionally, throughout iCarly, Victorious, and now Sam and Cat, they have shown old clips from the program Drake and Josh. But every time they do this, the show is presented in the uncropped 16:9. But ignoring TV movies, Drake and Josh was always presented in 4:3 across its entire broadcast and on all home media releases. But these sparse HD clips have led Lost Media hunters to theorize that a 16:9 edit of Drake and Josh seasons 2 through 4 must exist somewhere at Nickelodeon. However, I think a lot of this can be easily debunked just based on what we see in this episode. You'll remember that I said earlier that iCarly was originally edited in 16:9, then cropped right before broadcast. This is obvious when you switch back and forth between the two versions, as the only difference is additional material at the side of the screen, balanced with the same amount of material on both the left and right. I do not think that Drake and Josh was originally done like this. For those early seasons, I believe that the show was always edited in 4:3, and only the raw footage from the cameras exists in 16:9. Take this blooper that they show in the episode from Season 2, Episode 4, Football. Let's compare this clip to what we actually saw on TV. If Drake and Josh had been edited in HD and then cropped right before broadcast, then the cropping would have been consistent across every single cut, with an equal amount taken off of the left and right sides of the screen. But presuming that the camera wasn't shifting substantially between takes, what we're actually seeing is evidence of pan and scanning. That's when an editor manually zooms and adjusts the footage to look best in 4:3, instead of just cropping off the left and right sides identically. If this is an accurate conclusion, what it basically means is that the football episode of Drake and Josh must have been filmed in HD, then tweaked shot by shot in a standard definition editing suite. I would further speculate, based on the quality difference, that the episode was likely dubbed to an analog format at some point. Probably Betacam, if I were to guess. Now, this was season 2. Apparently, the final season of the show has occasionally been broadcast in 16:9 in the modern HD era, which makes sense, as this was directly before iCarly started. So they were likely experimenting with this evergreen editing compromise. But it's worth noting that the HD Season 4 edits of Drake and Josh are ridiculously sloppy. You'll notice that occasionally these thin black bars will appear at the left or right side of the screen. I take this to mean that these shots were shifted left and right with 4:3 cropping in mind. But despite whatever they were doing with the 4th season of the show, I'm going to presume that every time Drake and Josh clips have been presented in later shows, the original files have been dug out and re-edited shot by shot. This means that, realistically, the only way we could watch seasons 2 and 3 in HD would be if Nickelodeon paid someone to fully re-edit all 31 episodes of these 2 seasons, carefully recreating transitions, title sequences, and any special effects while using the HD files. Given that this era of Nickelodeon has proven to be something that ages best when it's barely inspected past brief glances, and that there isn't any money being lost on continuing to release the SD copies, I don't see this happening. This is especially true when you remember that other standard definition shows filmed in HD, like Malcolm in the Middle and Buffy the Vampire Slayer, are infamously worse looking after being restored to 16:9, with restorations often leaving in camera equipment and failing to recreate color corrections and special effects. Anyways, this is just my typical reminder for you guys to hit subscribe, so maybe I'll do a Drake and Josh video next year. So they come out of the cutaway and JD says the show looks awesome and he'll check it out. After this, they're approached again by Michael Eric Reed, who says he hears there's 45 seconds left in the episode and he wants to do his blooper dance. Jeanette asks what that is, and Mikey begins an erratic dance that lasts the rest of the episode, and he soon hypnotizes the rest of the cast to join in. Soon, all of the Shruggers join into the dance as well. The universe comes to an end. Consciousness itself is no more. There is only Mikey Reed. Returning ourselves to NSU Prime, episode 28 is called #FresnoGirl, and we start out with Kat cooking in the kitchen. Suddenly, her measuring cup shatters, and we see the culprit. Sam has bought a patented wiener flinger, and has shot a hot dog straight through Kat's cup. Kat reveals she's cooking for Kim, a girl they babysit often, and she's already made her specialty, fudge piles, which of course look like little piles of poop. Suddenly, Goomer bursts through the door, exclaiming that he has to find Timmy T. Silly Goomer! Drake Bell isn't in this show! As Dice runs in, Goomer continues freaking out, and so Sam shoots a hot dog directly into his face. So it turns out Timmy T is a lucky t-shirt that Goomer always wears before his MMA fights. This is the first time that Goomer's MMA career has been mentioned in a very long time, and also I don't think that Goomer consistently wore the same shirt every time he went to a match, but at the exact same time, I don't feel like checking. Editor. Okay, so post a picture of Timmy T from later in the episode, and then put that next to whatever Goomer was wearing in the motorcycle missing episode. If it's the same, good for them. But if it's not, morons. Dice notices Kat's fudge piles and tries to eat one when offered. However, the ball solidifies in his mouth, and he fails to swallow it or even pry it from his teeth with a fork. So Kim finally comes over, and her mom is hot. I won't linger on it. I'm right. I've said it. Let's move on now. Kim's mom says her daughter is stressed out because she has a math test coming up, and if she doesn't pass, she will be forced to take summer school. As her mother leaves for a cruise, Sam and Kat promise that they'll do anything to help her pass the test. The two theorize that the girl just needs some healthy motivation, so they ask her what she wants more than anything else in the world. She responds, a Fresno girl doll, and Sam and Kat agree that if she gets a B or higher on her test, they'll buy her the doll. Sam and Kat tell Goomer to help Dice get the fork out of his mouth, and Goomer manages to pull the fudge loose, along with several of Dice's teeth. So after the title sequence, Goomer is seen covering bots with missing posters for Timmy T. The Sam and Kat wiki states, Timmy T is a reference to Timmy Turner in The Fairly Odd Parents. This is written with confidence, because the editor's mom lets them watch that show. So Sam approaches and points out that there's a problem with Goomer's flyer. Because of poor phrasing, onlookers are natural to believe that Tommy T is Goomer's name, and that he is missing, not the shirt. Also, the reward for finding the shirt is listed as a free trip to Hawaii for you and all of your friends. Sam meets with Kim and Kat, and the girls reveal that Kim didn't get a B. She got an A 92 to be exact. So the girls leave to buy Kim a Fresno girl doll and pass Randy with his Boy Scout troop. The scouts run over to Goomer and excitedly say that they're going to Hawaii because they found Tommy T. Goomer asks where Tommy T is, and the troop say that he's Tommy T. Goomer becomes overwhelmed and runs from the restaurant, with the boys not far behind. So at the Fresno Girl shop, we see that Fresno Girls are the in-universe parody of American Girl dolls, meaning this episode is likely intended as a callback to Season 1, Episode 15, where we met a mysterious man who treated a little girl doll like his actual daughter.
What a weirdo.
If one takes this retcon very seriously, we could argue that the first time we saw a Fresno girl doll was in Victorious Season 3, Episode 11, when Tori found a talking Tori doll inside of Crazy Pawnee's backpack. So back in the present, Kim picks out a Fresno girl doll named Gabriella. All is well until the staff reveal that the doll will cost $150, which is over $185 today. That's a thing I do now. I calculate inflation to make you feel bad about the economy. The girls agree to pay, but are frustrated when Gabriella is presented to them without hair or clothes. It's explained that this is the doll without accessories. The girls have the clothing and hair added back on, and are told that the doll now costs $275.25, which is $340 in today's money. The shop then shows Kim the official bicycle, bringing the total to $340, which is $420 today. Later, Sam briefly yells at Kim for the situation before apologizing and trying to cool off. Kat asks Sam to put down her wiener flinger because
you're mad, and when you're mad, you shouldn't handle wieners.
At the same moment, Kat prepares more of her fudge piles, in spite of Sam's insistence that she always makes them too chewy. Suddenly, Dice runs in with a heavily disguised Goomer, and they recap their predicament. Dice explains that Randy is the primary antagonist of this episode, as he saw Goomer's flyer and now wants the promised prize.
The trip to Hawaii?
It's pronounced Hawaii.
I thought it was Hawaii.
Dice needs the girls to hide Goomer while he goes around and takes down all of the flyers to save face. However, Goomer is weird, so the girls tell him to go to their room and lie on the ground, face down. Sam suddenly notices a squirrel outside and tries to shoot it with a wiener, but Kat interferes and, by accident, they shoot Gabriella with a hot dog, knocking her leg off. Sam says the store can fix her and that it's no big deal. We then wipe to the store, where the employee says that it is a big deal. The episode cuts there, but there's an extended edit of this scene in the credits, so I'm just gonna keep describing it. The employee says they can fix the doll in their on-site Fresno Girl Doll Hospital. The girls want to know how much this will cost, and the employee says that all Fresno Girl healthcare is free, presuming the girls have previously bought the Fresno Girl Doll health insurance package. Laugh track. Meanwhile, Goomer is ambushed by Randy and his friends, who say that they found Tommy T and now they want their reward. They all jump him at once, resulting in a mobile mob. Meanwhile, Gabriella comes out of the hospital in a miniature wheelchair. I looked this up. This is an actual American Girl doll wheelchair. I think that's really cool. So they get their bill, and fixing the doll will cost Sam and Kat $223, which is $275 today. Sam says that they're going to pay the bill, but first they're going to give a gift, as they'll be giving everyone who works at the store one of Kat's fudge piles. As all of the staff and security chow down, Sam goes to the announcer mic and declares that for the next 5 minutes, all Fresno Girl dolls and accessories are free. The room fills with chaos, as no one is able to do anything because of the fudge piles, and in the confusion, the trio run off without paying. Dice discovers that Goomer has been kidnapped by Randy and his gang, but the girls don't care. The Sam and Kat Wiki helpfully gives these notes about the episode. Goofs. Goomer would have taken his shirt off before taking the picture of Tommy T, so he wouldn't have been beat up by Randy and his Boy Scout troop. I think when they wrote this one, they thought that he took the photo that day. I don't think he did. Randy could have been arrested for kidnapping Goomer. Goomer could have filed a restraining order against Randy and his friends. I truly believe that critical thinking in media would be dead today if it wasn't for the Sam and Kat fandom wiki. Wiki's so dumb. I'm not saying wiki, it's wiki. It's time to give Kim her allergy medication, so Kat goes through her backpack to find it, where she finds Kim's real math test, which she got a D- on. Sam says she's very disappointed.
When you pull a scam, you always destroy the original evidence so you don't get caught.
So Randy comes in holding a roll of freshly used duct tape and says they'll never see Tommy T again unless he gets his tickets to Hawaii. The trio ask if there's anything else Randy might want instead of a trip, and he says his birthday is coming up, so he'd like a date with a girl, a real classy girl. No trash. So Sam and Kat come up with a compromise. Kim will go on a date with Randy, and in exchange, she will get Gabriella back. Later, during the big date night between Randy and Kim at Bots, the girls say that everyone won, but Goomer says he didn't win. He just got kidnapped and never found his Tommy T. Dice tells him to take his shirt off and turn around, and we see that Goomer was wearing the shirt backwards the whole time. 2 quick notes about this episode. First of all, it's strange how similar this episode is to the episode of Victorious where Robbie sells Rex, at least in terms of the resolution. The fact that forcing a tweenage girl to go out with a tweenage boy who she's secretly not interested in helps cause the happy ending where a personalized object ends up in the original owner's hands. It's either a strange coincidence or really lazy reuse of material. Secondly, according to IMDb, this episode is the final appearance of Randy. I suppose it is entirely valid to presume that because he just kidnapped a grown man and tied him up with duct tape for a ransom, he is in juvie now. The show will never be the same again. So season 1 episode 29 is called #StuckInABox, and you'll never guess what happens to Kat in this one. So at the start of the episode, Kat is riding her bicycle mid-air, and it's hanging from the ceiling. This is actually pretty nostalgic, as the Shea household also had a bunch of bicycles hanging from the ceiling in iCarly. I never figured out why though. Thinking about iCarly for more than 5 seconds gives me major whiplash when I then go back to watching this show. And I remember how insanely stupid the premise of this show is. 5 episodes to the finale, and I'm still not used to Sam Puckett and Kat Valentine living together and being forced to have conversations. So Kat explains that she went down to the supermarket where she met a man named Chico, who said he had a toolbox in his van. She invited him back to the apartment and asked if he could attach her bike to the ceiling. He did, and then left, and Kat has been stuck up there for 5 hours.
Please help me down.
Kat asks where Sam has been, and she explains that she was getting them tickets. Tickets to ride all of the roller coasters at Mystic Mountain Saturday night. Mystic Mountain, by the way, is a theme park in the NSU commonly brought up in shows set on the West Coast. If my memory serves me right, it originates in the 2006 Drake and Josh episode, The Demonator. It then reappeared in the 2008 Zoe 101 episode, Roller Coaster. After this, it was mentioned quite often in Victorious, but never actually seen. Mystic Mountain is supposed to be a parody of Six Flags Magic Mountain, and episodes set at Mystic Mountain were also universally filmed at Magic Mountain. Kat says that she thought Mystic Mountain got shut down because all of the rides were unsafe and a lot of people got hurt. But Sam says that they fixed most of them. And before they reopen the park officially, they need guinea pigs to test all of the rides. Kat asks why they would want to ride roller coasters that might be unsafe. And Sam says that it's because they won't have to wait in line. They both holler in celebration. Dice and Goomer come in and they have a heavy box. I wonder where this is going. Dice reminds us that he's a magician, just like his actor is, and says that this is a rare item. Whoever they put in this box disappears. Goomer wants to be the one to be vanished by magic, but he's too big. If only there was someone in the room worth too much money to constantly be wasting their time on set. Oh wait! So Kat gets in the box, Dice closes it, and voila! The box will now not open. Kat is hashtag stuck in a box.
Ha! I love it. Can we get my mom in there?
Goomer breaks the handle trying to open the box, and Kat begins freaking out because she's stuck in a recording booth. I mean, stuck in a box, and also totally on set at the same time.
I hope there's a magic toilet in there.
After the title, Sam tries to take a crowbar to the box, but it bends in half. Sam asks Kat if she's okay, and she says that she's fine.
It's kinda cozy. It reminds me of my closet where I used to hide from my brother.
Why would you hide from your brother?
Just, to survive.
In short time, Kat's brother will cease being a mystery to Goomer. So later, Sam, Dice, and Goomer eat at Bots along with the box, and they're approached by the Red Robot. Goomer asks if he has lasers, and the Red Robot says he has one laser in his finger, which we previously saw in an alternate universe when he murdered Cameron Ocasio. The box reflects the death laser, and it catches Goomer's burger on fire. Goomer throws it behind him, getting 2 kids in trouble with their mom.
You never saw me!
Later, Sam tucks Kat into bed, and Kat eventually begins monologuing about all the deep thoughts she's been having while stuck in a box.
I've been going to school at Hollywood Arts for a long time now, and I still don't know. Do I want to be an actress or a singer?
Sam quietly walks out of the room while Kat discusses this with herself, ultimately ending with Kat singing while the box rocks back and forth. So there's a lot of scenes in this episode of Jeanette McCurdy acting to the box, like just talking to the box as it says Ariana sound bites. And it's the most dull this show has ever been. I'm tempted to say that it's almost the most embarrassing the show's ever been, but I know that's probably not true. But oh boy, is it still embarrassing watching this episode. Miranda Cosgrove also tried to have a singing career while iCarly was on the air, and so there are Carly Light episodes in that show. But what they didn't do was go like, hey, Record 15 minutes of Carly Shay soundbites, and Jeanette can sit next to a CD player and pretend that Miranda's still in the room.
I'm still in a box.
Sure you are, Ariana. So Goomer comes in to save the episode and says it's weird talking to Kat while she's still in the box and they can't see her face. So he's drawn a picture of her face and yep, that's her alright. So Dice explains that he knows a guy at the magic shop downtown named Vance Anderson, who is a total jerk but also used to be a famous teenage magician. If anyone can get Kat out of that contract, I mean box, it's him.
They used to make baseball bats out of wood, but now they're mostly made of aluminum. I just wanted to say something.
So Sam wants Goomer to put the box in his car, but he says that he lost it. This begs numerous questions. How did they get the box to Bots? What happened to the homeless person that was once living in the back of Goomer's car? All questions that would have been answered if episodes from this show got second drafts. But Kat has a solution and says that Nona still has the keys to her brother's car. Kat's brother, you'll remember, moved to Idaho to live in a mental health treatment facility. We've also previously seen her brother's car in the Victorious episode Car, Rain, and Fire. And, in a twist that I didn't see coming, the car they drive for the rest of this episode is actually that car. So they clearly only wrote this into the episode to show off that they somehow managed to keep track of this prop after Victorious ended. So they go to the magic shop and meet Vance Anderson, who looks like the talking cookie from Fred the Show. If you're watching this video right now, pause this video, go to IMDb, make an account, and give Fred the Show 10 stars. Then come back to this video and comment, Fred the Show has a poor reputation exclusively with people who have never watched it and thus don't understand that it secretly has all of the qualities of a cult classic.
I'm gonna get that cake, Fred, and there's nothing you can do about it.
So Shane Top recalls that he gave Dice the advice to give up magic because he's terrible at it, and the two squabble. He also mentions that the box is made in Yerba, a country featured in Victorious. So Shane Top wants to go on a date with Sam after he opens the box, but she says that they're already going to Mystic Mountain. Shane pivots and says he'll open the box if they take him in Dice's place. Kat comments that she's suddenly finding it very hard to breathe inside the box. After they settle the topic, he explains there's a button on the back that automatically will open the box. But it doesn't work, and he explains the box must be defective. Shane says that before they leave, he'd like a kiss from Sam.
You want a kiss? From me?
Oh yeah.
KK.
Sam says she wants them to do it in private, and you guessed it, extreme acts of violence occur off-screen. A red liquid puddles onto the floor. Sam comes out and explains she knocked over a bucket of red paint. Laugh track. So Sam decides to keep her promise and takes Kat to Mystic Mountain, box and all. But when Goomer hits a speed bump, the box comes flying out of the car. The rest of the gang don't notice and keep going, as Kat yells for Sam. No one comes for help, and we fade to black. So remember a few episodes ago when I instructed you to start wondering about what the ideal final episode of Sam and Kat would be? I pick this one. I pick the episode where Kat is left trapped inside of a metal box, screaming for help on the ground, suffocating. And then the show ends and Kat Valentine is never seen again. Okay, so there's two main characters whom we need to get reacquainted with here. The first is Neville. Neville Papperman was first introduced in iCarly Season 1, Episode 6. Neville. In the story, the iCarly trio find out about a web blogger who operates the website Nevillosity.com. He's known for being a trendsetter online, but has never posted about the iCarly webcast. So the team decide to email him and get a response, as Neville wants to interview Carly in person. But when Carly shows up to Neville's home, she discovers that he's even younger than she is, and that he's a mama's boy who loves eating an inhuman amount of Tapenade. Even worse, Neville tries to coerce Carly romantically in exchange for a good review. But when Carly shoves Tapenade into his face, he swears that she'll rue the day. So Neville spreads hate and animosity about Carly through his website, and the gang tries to figure out what to do. Eventually, they realize that there's only one way to take a boy like Neville down: by telling on him to his mother. So Neville gets grounded, and the trio think it's all over and that they never will rue the day. Next up is Season 1, Episode 11, I Rue the Day. In this episode, the iCarly set begins to suffer technical difficulties that make doing the web show nearly impossible. While the gang are confused by this at first, they eventually figure out the culprit is Neville, who has hacked their servers as revenge. iCarly.com is effectively offline. This is upsetting to the gang, especially moments later when Spencer announces that he has booked the Plain White T's for their web show. So they break into Neville's house to play an Uno reverse card, but it doesn't work and Neville is still the ultimate victor. Luckily, Carly remembers that her dad is a Navy SEAL or something, and she gets the military to SWAT his home and threaten Neville into giving the website back.
You called in the military? I don't play around.
The Plain White T's perform, and all is well. The iCarly universe is terrifying if you think about it, because you can just go out and beat someone to non-consciousness because they were mildly rude to you and no one cares. But if you download music without paying for it, the FBI arrests you immediately. In iCarly Season 2, Neville appears a record 4 times, although he doesn't appear in Season 3, broadcast numbering, so this works out. In his first episode, iChristmas, we see Neville in an alternate timeline caused by Spencer being a lawyer instead of an artist. Neville and Carly are dating in this world, and incidentally, from this point forwards, Carly and Neville are always depicted as being the same age. The rest of his appearances this season revolve around his various failed schemes. In Season 2, Episode 9, I Give Away a Car, Neville impersonates a local car dealer and tricks the gang into promising to give away a car during a webcast before awarding himself as the winner of the competition. If the gang can't come up with a free car in a set amount of time, they lose the web show or something. But they give him a car from Stargate and he crashes it into a flower shop. In Season 2, Episode 13, I Want My Website Back, Neville steals the iCarly website again, because at his best, this character is a one-trick pony. This time he says he'll only give it back if Carly gives him the kiss which she rejected in the first place. They get him to sign the website back over, but Carly is grapple-gunned away before he can get the kiss. Finally, in Season 2, Episode 21, I Fight Shelby Marks, Neville uses his editing talents to deepfake Carly and Sam into saying mean things about Shelby Marks' grandma. And so when Shelby and Carly go to have their MMA fight, Shelby wants to kill Carly for real. When the deception is figured out, Sam, Carly, and Shelby Marks trap Neville in the ring and violently assault him as the show fades to black. Neville next appears 26 episodes later. In Season 4, broadcast numbering, Episode 9, I Pity the Neville. This is a strange one, as along with the Christmas episode, this is one of the few stories to not feature Neville seeking revenge as an antagonist. Instead, at the start of the episode, we learn that Neville has recently been cancelled, as viral footage has surfaced of him yelling at a child in a store. Neville becomes a social outcast, attacked by strangers on the street with no one left to turn to. The iCarly team initially celebrate his downfall, but eventually come to pity him and decide to help him gain a web redemption. They do a long iCarly livestream about how sorry he is, and even bring in the little girl so Neville can apologize to her. Their former enemy has a new lease on life, but is soon rude to a man in a wheelchair who bumps into him. As he lashes out verbally, he turns to see a camera in his face, and it all starts over. Neville's final appearance in the original run of iCarly was in Season 6, Episode 4, I Half-a-Ween. So the iCarly gang decide to throw a Halloween party on May the 1st, and invite their audience to come and join them. One person who shows up to the party is dressed as a robot and gives them all candy. But when they eat the candy, it makes their voices sound low-pitched. They eventually figure out that the robot is Neville, who reveals he wants revenge because the iCarly gang didn't help uncancel him a second time over the wheelchair thing. Yes, that's really the reason he gives. So Neville kidnaps Freddy and locks him into the robot costume, causing everyone to think that Freddy is Neville, and they tie him up and drop him into a big container of plushies over and over again. Until Neville reveals it was all a ruse, and so the gang tie him up instead and do the plushie drop thing again. This episode is so bad. None of this makes sense. How is giving your nemesis candy that changes their voices a competent evil scheme by itself? And how is dropping your literal stalker into a big pile of plushies competent payback? iCarly Season 6 is bad and deserves to be made fun of. So it just happens that Neville doesn't appear in iCarly Seasons 3 or 5. And perhaps the reason for this is that in those seasons, the gang are dealing with an enemy of a different form. Starting off, Season 3, Episode 17 is called iPsycho. And in this one, the gang are planning for a trip to the internet convention Webicon in Olympia, Washington. As they pack, they receive a V-mail from a girl named Nora Derschlitt. Nora explains that she's iCarly's #1 fan. She lives 15 minutes from the convention center and was hoping the trio would come to her birthday party. She's turning 16 years old, but she'll be celebrating alone, as her parents are on a trip to Wyoming and she has no friends. Ultimately, the gang show up to the party, but it's a bit stale and depressing, so they do a surprise webcast and invite all of Nora's friends to come and hang out. The party goes great. Trina is there for some reason, Nora kisses Trina, it's a good time. But as things die down, the trio say they have to get to their hotel, but Nora says she first wants to show them her basement, which is always a good thing to hear from a fan. And yep, Nora locks them in a sound booth and says they'll never be allowed to leave because without them, she'll go back to being the loser she was before. Also, Nora has a pet chicken named Maurice. This is not important to the greater recap of this episode, but it will be on the test. So the gang convince Nora to let them send a coded message to Gibby, who travels across the state and eventually finds Nora's house. He breaks down her front door, fighting her in the basement, before finally taking his shirt off to reveal his hidden power level, which allows him to defeat Nora and save the trio. It's funny how a little context changes how you look at these shows. I distinctly remember when I reviewed this episode, I gave it a very harsh, negative review for being so mean-spirited. But looking back, I would now argue that iPsycho specifically was when iCarly jumped the shark. Let me explain a little bit. I think people often misuse the phrase jump the shark because it's often used to imply that a specific episode is bad. But when Fonz jumped the shark, it wasn't considered a bad episode at the time. It was just considered very extreme and represented a peak in intensity that the show never achieved again. iPsycho is a lot of things. It's the last time Gibby was distinctly funny without being flanderized. It's one of the last boss battle episodes to actually be coherent, and it's one of the last episodes in the series to realistically cover the potential negative repercussions of internet fame. So it's very natural that this episode would eventually get a very overblown sequel. In Season 5, Episode 7, I Still Psycho, we learned that Nora eventually ended up in juvie, and she is now up for release. So the iCarly sextet, Carly, Sam, Freddie, Gibby, Gibby's Head, and Spencer, all go to her hearing. Initially, they want to make sure she remains imprisoned, but upon learning that she's changed and that she's not still psycho, they agree that she can be let go. Nora's parents say they're going to throw a party, but it's going to be really sad because Nora doesn't have any friends, and yep, they fall for this a second time. Nora invites Spencer to check out their basement, but is apparently strapped to a spinning wheel instead. The doors are locked, the windows are bulletproof, and the gang quickly learn that they are trapped inside of Nora's house, because she is I Still Psycho, and her parents are too. Gibby tries to escape through the chimney to save the day again, but gets stuck up at the top. However, Sam manages to save the day by concentrating enough on in-series continuity. She remembers the electroshock pen she stole from Spencer in the Season 4 prank episode, and the tracker inside of Freddy's head from Season 2. By using the pen to fry out Freddy's tracker, they alert Freddy's mom that something is wrong, and she and T-Bo come and save the day. Sam gets bored and decides to electrocute all of the Derschlitts, but Nora warns that if she does, and then she gets electrocuted. I think that was a threat. So then Carly moves to Italy, Sam decides to move to California to live with a redhead she met in a dumpster, they befriend an MMA boxer, Sam wins a texting competition one-handed, and I think that brings us up to date. So yeah, Sam and Cat Season 1 Episode 30 is called #SuperPsycho, and this is the third part of the 4-part Psycho trilogy. This is one of the biggest episodes of the show so far, and it really only holds any value if you have seen all 10 of the episodes I just discussed. And you see, this is the thing that really confuses me about Sam and Cat. In a big way, it's a reboot, a revival meant to appeal to a brand new demographic, but it's also stocked full of these legacy characters from years before. Perhaps the older audience would appreciate these cameos, but they mostly have shuffled away due to the changing content. And to new audience members who are not familiar with the legacy material, what is supposed to be the appeal of these deep-cut lore cameos that they potentially have absolutely no recognition of?
Just hear the sleigh bells singing.
It's been 3 years. Please, for the love of God, just kill me.
Before we get into this, if you thought a Breaking Bad parody was too edgy for a kid's show, you're not ready for this one. So at the start of the episode, Sam and Cat are babysitting while Sam watches a mixed martial arts match. However, Sam turns off the program as the kid they're watching won't stop staring at her face. The little boy can't believe that she's actually Sam from iCarly and begins asking a series of questions that Sam has obviously been asked hundreds of times.
Remember Gibby?
No, I don't remember Gibby. Even though I did the iCarly web show with Gibby for 4 years, I have no memory of that. Who's Gibby?
The kid wants to know what being on iCarly was really like, and Sam says it was a lot of fun. They got to go to Japan, met the First Lady, and got kidnapped a few times. Cat has never heard that story before, so Sam quickly recounts the entire Nora saga. When asked where Nora is now, Sam says she's locked up in prison, somewhere near Seattle. We cut to what was, in iCarly Season 5, the Washington State Women's Penitentiary, but we see that it's since been renamed Prison somewhere near Seattle. We see Nora exercising in the prison gym while facing a do-it-for-her collage dedicated to her hatred of the iCarly web show. The prison guard suddenly hears a noise, like someone is scratching at the door. She opens to see a chicken is sitting outside the room, and as she's distracted, Nora covers her head with a bouquet and begins slamming it into the ground. Back in California, Sam finally asks what Cat is doing. Cat explains that her favorite juice is cranberry juice, and her favorite food is apples. So she's soaking apples in cranberry juice to make crapples. We cut back to Nora and the incapacitated guard. Nora opens the door and we learn this chicken is Maurice. See, I told you this would be on the test. As she climbs into a wall vent with Maurice, she says that it's time to get revenge on the iCarlys. We soon see a news report detailing Nora's escape, which Cat watches as she makes a crapple pie, which as you can imagine, tastes like crapple. Dice comes in and we learn he's staying over for the weekend as his mother and aunt are off on another road trip. Sam rushes in, acting frantic, and tells Dice that she needs him to get her a fake Mexican driver's license. Meanwhile, in Seattle, we see our second special guest of the episode, Noah Monk, reprising his role as Gibby. Gibby is on a date with a beautiful woman when he's suddenly approached by Nora. Gibby immediately recognizes her, and it's a pretty funny scene, where the joke is that Gibby is being really chill and helpful despite the circumstances.
So, Gibby, I don't want to injure you.
Cool.
But I would like to locate and destroy Carly, then Sam, then Freddie.
Ah, fun.
Nora wants to know where all of the former iCarly members are, and Gibby drops some bad news. Carly has moved to Italy, which is too far for Nora. But Sam lives in California, and Gibby says he can text her Sam's home address.
Hey, good luck.
This is actually a very good metaphor for white man's role in society, as he knows that obedience, ambivalence, and even allegiance to evil is the only way to maintain personal balance in his life. And I'm just messing with you, it's fart noises time. God, I'm dizzy now. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh, God. So Nora goes to California and spies on Sam and Kat at Bots, where she finds out about Sam's fake Mexican ID and notes that Sam is very fond of Dice. Suddenly, Dice has to run off, as Goomer just texted him, "Dice, I need your help. I thought I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't," meaning Dice likely has a mess to clean up. In the parking lot, Nora gets out a massive inflatable raft and pretends to struggle to get it inside of her tiny car. She asks Dice for help, and when he says it's not going to fit, she says that her car is actually shockingly spacious, and invites him to look for himself. When he does, she shuts the back door and kidnaps Dice. There's no such thing as stranger danger in the iCarly universe. So the next day, the girls are freaking out because Dice is missing, when Gibby suddenly calls. He reveals that he has big news for Sam, as he's bought a hat for the identical copy of his head. Just when she's about to hang up, he gets around to recapping what happened the other day.
She came to see you for what?
Let's see. She said she wanted to locate and destroy Carly, then you, and then Freddy.
Oh, but what did you say?
Don't worry. I told her Carly's in Italy and Nora said that was way too far.
Good.
And then I told her you were in LA and I gave her your address.
What?
Hey, can you text us a pic of the hat?
Yes, I can.
There's a knock at the door and the girls find a random note, along with a tiny clipping of Dice's afro. Nora then calls the girls and reveals that she still has Dice, and if Sam doesn't do anything, she intends to shave his head and make a wig of his hair, which she will then wear upon her head.
Give me back my Dice!
After Nora hangs up, Sam says they can still save Dice, but they have to think like Nora to figure out what Nora would do. And there's only one other person in the world who could possibly understand how Nora thinks. We cut to a mental asylum, where Sam and Kat have come to see the hospital's most challenging case. A boy from Seattle who has a disease which is too contagious for the outside world. It's called porcupox, and all they know is that he somehow got it from a porcupine. The girls head down the hall and pass by some other guests of the asylum, such as two men who believe that they're Simon and Garfunkel, and in a surprising cameo, Steve from Drake and Josh. This is one of the weirdest moments in this episode because if it wasn't obvious, that isn't Jerry Trainer. It's just some guy in a Bane mask, and all of the audio from this scene is taken from the Drake and Josh raw footage. This is one of the moments from the show that I've heard so much about. So many people have told me about this weird little moment, and my only guesses are that Jerry was busy this week, or that the episode is filled with so many character cameos that it wasn't cost effective to pay Jerry Trainer to do this bit, or that they didn't want to have Sam draw attention to the fact that Crazy Steve and Spencer look identical, so once they wrote him wearing the Bane mask, no one really wanted to bother Jerry to even do the scene. Anyways, so we meet the asylum's special guest, and it's none other than Neville Pepperman in the flesh. After some off-putting banter, Neville asks why they are there.
We have this friend, Dice.
You mean the young boy, age 12, whose full name is Decenio J. Corleone? 6th grade, magnificent hair?
How do you know so much about Dice?
I know a lot of things about a lot of things.
Okay, so here's why this episode is so weird. This is a parody of Silence of the Lambs. And I don't just mean this scene, I mean the entire episode is a carefully planned spoof of the movie Silence of the Lambs. Nora is supposed to be Buffalo Bill, and Neville is supposed to be Hannibal Lecter. And most of the weird creative choices in this episode can be explained by an attempt at a parallel. For instance, the reason Nora is obsessed with shaving Dice's hair and wearing it as a wig is that in the original movie, Buffalo Bill kills people and steals their skin. This reference is so dedicated that Neville's doctor in this episode is played by Anthony Heald, who also played the sanatorium director in the original franchise. Literally. What Nick Jr. ass kid watching Sam and Kat would understand this fucking joke. As a gag, I checked the Sam and Cat wiki, and I am very disappointed to report they have a long, dedicated section explaining all of this. They even pointed out connections in the episode that I didn't notice. The reason this is sad is that I really wanted to go to the wiki and to have it say like, Neville's role in this episode might be a reference to the movie Cats and Dogs 2, The Revenge of Kitty Galore. Sam explains that she wants Neville's help, and as she passes him a note through a box, Neville grabs her arm and begs her to let him free. Once the moment has passed, he reads the note and sniffs Dice's hair, doing the little fava beans teeth thing. Neville licks a stain on the letter and says it can only be one thing: donkey sauce at Aloha Burger. Neville says the best place to hide someone is in an abandoned house, and there are 3 abandoned houses near Aloha Burger. When Sam questions why he knows this, Neville explains that he's training for his junior real estate license. One of the abandoned houses is on Crosby, one on Stills, and one on Nash. Haha, get it? Before Sam goes, Neville asks a question. What's the deal with Carly's mom? Sam has had enough stupid questions about the webcast and runs off. We cut to one of the 3 abandoned houses, the one which came with the convenient decor of the well from Silence of the Lambs sitting in the middle of the living room. Sitting at the bottom, Dice complains to Nora that he has no food, and Nora says she'll only feed it if it puts conditioner in its hair, and if it doesn't, it will get the hose again. Dice refuses, so she throws down another hose, still wound in the packaging, revealing the well is littered with them. Cat comes to the door, looking oddly HD for some reason, and reveals that she and Cat are checking houses separately. So Nora decides to pull out the Old Faithful.
You want to come check out my basement?
Well, sure.
So yeah, Cat gets thrown down the well, and Nora says she's going to make a wig out of her hair as well. Sam enters moments later and threatens the life of Maurice. She and Nora strike a deal. They will fight, and if Sam wins, the 3 can leave. But if Nora wins, Sam will go down the pit. Nora says not to underestimate her, because she's been in prison for 2 years. Fuck off. No, it has not been 2 years since iCarly Season 3. Go fuck yourself. It's one thing to turn a non-time loop franchise into a show where time never moves, and it's another thing to say that Sam and Cat are still 16 despite this obviously being a lie. But telling me that this show is set before the iCarly finale even aired? You morons should try giving a shit every once in a while. It's very therapeutic. So Nora says she's been in prison getting harder, stronger, and angrier, while Sam has been babysitting. So she should be ready for a real fight. So yeah, Sam throws her into the pit, fight over. After this, we cut to the major twist in the episode. Although it's not a twist if you've been paying attention to what the episode's making fun of, I guess. The asylum doctor rushes down the hall to find that Neville has escaped. He calls the staff to alert them to the situation. The police arrive at the house and say that Nora is going back to prison near Seattle, where she'll be put on maximum security. But she swears she'll get out eventually, and she'll get revenge.
That goes for all the filthy iCarlys. And you dirty Sam and Cats. I'm a character that never dies!
That is the worst meta synergy I have ever seen in a TV show. So an officer says there's a call for her and hands her a cell phone. We see on the other end that it's Neville, who's dressed to the teeth and is sitting at a bar. Both the outfit and the bar itself are visibly copied directly from the end of Silence of the Lambs, as is most of the dialogue in this scene. Neville is soon joined by Gibby and Gibby's head, and Gibby asks Neville if he wants to get some food. Neville looks Gibby up and down and says, absolutely.
Neville, tell me where you are.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't do that, Sam. You see, I'm having an old friend for dinner.
Okay, so I'm going insane over here. Mild context check real quick before I just go off the deep end. One of my closest friends is a guy named Hippie Rat. He runs his own channel, his stuff is great, and if you've watched this channel, you probably know his stuff already. So Hippie is the only person I've ever known who watched Sam and Cat when it was on the air. And not because he wanted to, but rather because he had a little sister who was obsessed with it. So several years ago, when he first told me that there is an episode of Sam and Cat that is a parody of Silence of the Lambs, with Neville being depicted as Hannibal Lecter, and that it ends with the implication that Neville is going to murder and eat Gibby, I thought he must have been remembering wrong. I presumed it was written with extreme innuendo that he just forgot about, or that there were numerous ways to interpret it, but it's pretty explicit. They even use the same dialogue in the same way as the original film.
I'm having an old friend for dinner.
I'm having an old friend for dinner.
Although I should be transparent and say that the moment right after this does seem to imply that they really are just going out for dinner.
Come on, let's go get some tapenade.
Ooh, all right. But we're splitting the check 3 ways.
But like, these aren't mutually exclusive things. They can go out to dinner and then Neville can kill and eat Gibby's brain. They're not incompatible. And the reason this is so crazy is that Noah Monk apparently has a very negative relationship with the iCarly franchise, to the point that he has no role in the 2021 iCarly reboot. So canonically, the last time we ever see Gibby, he's hanging out with Neville, and it's implied that Neville is a cannibal and is going to eat him. And shockingly, with all that's been dropped in our laps, we are still not done. In the bonus scene playing over the credits, the inflatable kayak is found by Herb, who brags that he can use it at his beach house.
Well, life's going great!
So there's a lot to talk about with this episode, but a lot of it's less thematic and more technical. First of all, returning to our discussions of an ideal end to Sam and Cat. If you watch Sam and Cat on Netflix like a degenerate, this episode is listed as the show's finale at episode 35. There's 2 reasons for this. Firstly, Netflix counts the double episode earlier this season as 2 separate episodes. And secondly, Netflix uses production codes to decide ordering on Nickelodeon TV shows. This is actually ridiculously stupid, because a lot of these shows had alternate production codes for the extended specials. For instance, I Go to Japan, the first iCarly special, had a production code of $9.99. The next iCarly double bill, I Date a Bad Boy, had a production code of $9.98, and with each special after that, it kept counting down. This means that if you watch iCarly on Netflix, all of the specials are at the end in reverse order. So I Go to Japan is the last episode on the service. In the case of Sam and Cat, the tuna episode had the alternate production code of $9.99, and I'm guessing that this episode must have had the production code of 1,000 or higher. Although I can't find it listed that way anywhere, it's the only thing that would explain Netflix listing this episode as the show's finale. On Paramount Plus, all of the episodes are listed in broadcast order, which in my humble opinion is pretty much the order that these shows should be watched in. Although I still have beef with iCarly being sorted into 5 seasons on the service instead of the original 6. But there's a bigger discrepancy at play here, as Netflix and Paramount Plus actually have 2 different edits of this episode. The copy on Netflix is 22 minutes long, while the copy on Paramount Plus is 30 minutes long, and is the version that we just talked about. The reason for this is that, shockingly, when this episode first premiered, it was indeed 30 minutes long, which means that it was 45 minutes once commercials were added in. This was extremely irregular, as the episode was 8 minutes heavy, too long for a normal episode, but too short to be split in half. To compensate and get the schedule back on track, Nickelodeon premiered SpongeBob episode 188A, Kenny the Cat, right after this. Nickelodeon would not broadcast 188B until 365 days later. This means that Nickelodeon premiered half of a full SpongeBob episode an entire year early just to make up for this episode being a little bit long. Obviously, this wouldn't do for syndication. So after this, a 22-minute cut was made, and that's what aired on TV after this. The 22-minute edit is weird, because I do think that there are scenes that you could cut out entirely without hurting the episode, like Nora's entire phone call, for instance. That's never brought up again and honestly feels ridiculous when you realize that she has to be right outside of the apartment, but Sam and Kat just act like she could be anywhere. Instead, every scene in the episode is included, but pretty much any banter or jokes that don't further the plot are very awkwardly cut out. With that out of the way, the final thing I'd like to discuss is just some details about the timeline of the show. A lot of these old Nickelodeon sitcoms have somewhat detailed production details online, meaning it's very easy to figure out when certain episodes were filmed. However, the final 14 episodes of Sam and Cat are an exception to this, as we only know that they were all filmed between September 2013 and April 2014. But according to my math, I believe that this episode should have been filmed in or around December 2013. Presuming this to be correct, then it's interesting to note that the same month that this tribute to the past was being filmed, the future was also coming into view. As on December the 20th, 2013, the pilot episode for Henry Danger was filmed in Burbank. The full season would begin filming in July of the next year, just a few months after Sam and Cat came to a crashing crescendo. Now, some people might argue that Nickelodeon preparing this other show is a sign that they knew that something was wrong and that the show wouldn't last much longer. And you might be right, but it's important to note that for years, the status quo was that 2 NSU shows were meant to be on the air at the same time. Zoey 101 with Drake and Josh, iCarly with Victorious, etc, etc. So it's possible that Nickelodeon expected Sam and Cat and Henry Danger were going to be siblings on the network. But personally, I do think the writing was on the wall, but I won't be able to explain why until much later in the video. So as we've now reviewed 30 episodes of Sam and Cat, it's time for yet another intermission. But first, let's go ahead and jump back into our Hashtag Crime recap. Hashtag Crime number 111 is Sam, Cat, Dice, and Goomer making a meth lab. I mean Blue Dog Soda Lab. Hashtag Crime number 112 is the trio causing an explosion inside of their apartment with the aforementioned Blue Dog Soda Lab. This next one is confusing, but I've set a pattern and I have to stick to it. In my iCarly videos, I stated very clearly that crimes committed inside of the April Fool's episode would not count, because they take place in an alternate dimension. However, in my Victorious saga, I reviewed the second iCarly bloopers episode, which featured Christopher Kane attempting a blatant scam. Because Christopher Kane is the main character of that iCarly episode, I jokingly listed this as iCrime number 70. But because the Sam and Cat series started with Hashtag Crime number 71, I have set the clear precedent that crimes committed outside of NSU Prime do count in the official rankings. This makes Hashtag Crime number 113 the Red Robot murdering Cameron Ocasio. And since we're streamlining our rules, let's go ahead and backpedal and make iCrime number 114 Gibby attacking numerous people with a stop sign in an alternate universe. Hashtag Crime number 115 isn't Sam and Cat knocking the leg off of Gabriella, unless we believe that all Fresno Girl dolls are secretly alive. You know, like Herbie back in action rules. This makes the actual Hashtag Crime number 115 the girls inciting a mass mob of shoplifting, with Hashtag Crime number 116 being them dolling and dashing themselves. Hashtag Crime number 117 is Sam beating up Shane Top at his magic shop and knocking over that can of red paint. Let's call Hashtag Crime number 118 Dice endangering Cat's life, and Hashtag Crime number 119 is, littering. Catching up to the latest episode, Hashtag Crime number 120 is Dice making Sam a fake Mexican driver's license. Now, when I was writing this one, I realized that it's been a while since I actually analyzed a crime, to actually figure out what specific laws were being broken, because I guess I'm pretty numb to this stuff by now. But I picked the wrong crime to research because of how complex this is. First of all, Google sucks now. They changed the search algorithm somehow, I don't know. So it's weirdly impossible to get the website to understand any niche research topic. Specifically, it was so hard to get Google to understand that I was trying to research illegal immigration into Mexico, not illegal immigration out of Mexico. But I was able to find out that in Mexico, entering the country illegally is a felony that can be punished with 2 years in prison and/or deportation without a trial. Now, the weird thing is, this plotline doesn't go anywhere. We see Sam agitated, she asks Dice for a fake driver's license to Mexico, but she never says why she needs it. As I watched, I had presumed that she had heard about Nora escaping and she was planning to jump the border, but she never says this. And if she was planning to do something illegal with the ID, we never see that in this episode. So the only crime I can assign is document fraud to Dice. Although it's really hard to find cases of American officials caring about fake IDs made for other countries. It really seems like the only way Sam or Dice could get busted for this is if they physically get caught in Mexico. Hashtag crime number 121 is Gibby failing to report Nora's location and intentions to the authorities. According to my readings, in the state of Washington, for doing this, the Gibster could be charged with accessory after the fact. This is, quote, assisting the offender in order to hinder or prevent his or her apprehension, trial, or punishment.
Hey, good luck.
Hashtag crime number 122 would be Gibby then doing the same thing with Neville, although I fear he won't be seeing trial for this one. So at the start of the episode, we see a news report being presented by a news anchor, who tells us a story about a cat being disqualified from a cat triathlon for using cat steroids. She's suddenly interrupted by Fake Boyle, who says there's more important news, as Captain Man and Kid Danger, their friendly neighborhood super team, have caught the Time Jerker. This scene is a direct follow-up to the previous episode, Season 2, Episode 6, The Time Jerker. So the two are talking about how they caught the Time Jerker from Episode 206, The Time Jerker, when Captain Man hogs the spotlight for one simple purpose. There is a private restaurant in Swellview called Montego's, a steak restaurant which does not do reservations, as you instead have to be invited by the owner. Captain Man makes a direct call to action. He wants to eat at Montego's and patiently awaits the call of the owner. 2 weeks later, we see Henry and Charlotte hanging out in the man cave. Ray rushes down, wanting to know if there has been a call by Montego's yet. Ray is frustrated that he hasn't been invited despite his call to action. When his intercom rings, he literally throws Charlotte out of the way to answer it, only for the caller to just be someone in distress, so he hangs up. Henry says this isn't appropriate and answers the call himself. The person calling lives in an elderly home and reports that an armed thief just stole all of their money and their clothes.
I'm sorry, did you say you're all elderly and naked?
Yes, that's right!
Sorry, wrong number.
So after the title sequence, we see Henry at school, which was still a place he went to in the earlier seasons. He's approached by Miss Chapin and a small, pathetic marching band. The teacher recounts that several weeks ago, she was injured in the gymnasium and was found by Henry, who pulled a rusty nail out of her foot, perhaps saving her life. And for doing this, she has got him 2 very special gifts. A necklace made partially out of the same bloody rusty nail, and a gift card that will allow 2 people to dine at Montego's. So the basic setup from here is that Henry has a free pass to this restaurant, and everyone in the school wants to be his number 2. Like most episodes of the show, the plot has virtually nothing to do with superheroes, and could be rewritten for pretty much any other NSU show with very little effort. So Henry comes home, only to find his living room filled to the brim with people he knows, and some he doesn't.
Why are you all here?
To congratulate you.
And to give you presents.
For winning Student of the Month.
Oh, wow. So you guys already heard about that, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Even some of our neighbors heard about it.
Hey, neighbors.
Hey, Henry.
And you are?
Oh, my name's Herb. I'm visiting from Los Angeles. Thinking about buying a vacation home here in Swellview. My life's going great.
And you're here why?
I just saw people walking into this house. Joined them.
It becomes clear that everyone is only here because they know about the gift card. Those in the room begin to fight over who should get to go, before Ray suddenly barges in. He says he was walking a friend's dog when he heard the news, and he ran 9 miles to get to the house, losing the dog in the act. For most of Henry's friends, this is the first time they've met Ray outside of his disguise, so Henry has to introduce him as his boss from Junkin' Stuff. After some hesitation, Henry says that Ray is the person he's going to take, and Ray acts like a little baby over this news because that's how he acts all the time. The next day, Henry goes to school, but his locker explodes in his face. He's approached by Bianca, who was his love interest in 6 episodes of the first 2 seasons. They canonically share a locker, and she has decided to get him a present for their 6-month locker-versary. It's a tiny replica of their locker, which also explodes in his face. Henry says he feels bad because he hasn't got her anything, and she says going to Montego's is all she needs.
Well, yeah. Duh. I mean, what kind of person wins dinner for 2 and doesn't invite his girlfriend?
A terrible person.
Right, not me.
If you think it's weird that Henry forgot that he has a girlfriend, keep in mind this character is so unremarkable that this is literally the last time she shows up. So Henry has to go to the man cave after school and see Ray, who tells him emotionally that going to Montego's has pulled him out of a deep depression, and he's always seen Henry as if he were a little brother. Henry breaks the bad news, and Ray tries to play it cool, only to throw a very minor but furious temper tantrum. So a major theme of Henry Danger is that Captain Man was made physically indestructible as a teenager, and the idea is that emotional growth is achieved through hardship, so Captain Man acts like a baby all the time because he literally can't be killed, and he's never gone through hardship in like a physical sense. But this part of the show being thematically coherent doesn't stop it from getting really, really grating. So the big night comes around, and Henry goes down to find his parents and his 2 best friends dressed to the teeth to see him off. They say that if anything were to happen to Bianca, like her mysteriously disappearing and never showing up again, they wanted to make sure he wouldn't end up being alone. He says they're sick, but heads outside to find that pretty much everyone else had the same idea.
I'm taking Bianca!
No!
My life's still going great.
Henry shows up at the restaurant to find that Ray is already there and is impersonating him, with Schwoz dressed up as Bianca. You could write a college entry essay on this show's obsession with putting Schwoz in a dress and how it was secretly extremely woke the whole time. You see, Schwoz's actor is named Michael D. Cohen, and in 2019, after years of performing at Nickelodeon, Michael revealed in an op-ed piece that he was transgender. He had been assigned female at birth before transitioning in his 20s. While this was the first time that the public had known about this, all of his friends on the show had apparently known for years. Despite this, the cast did record a tongue-in-cheek video of them all reacting to the article.
I just can't believe you never told us. I mean, you were born in Canada? Winnipeg? What is that?
You think you know someone?
How do I explain this to my parents?
Okay, like, you guys read the whole article, right? The whole...
Oh, yeah.
Almost.
Yeah. Almost everybody's transitioned.
No, Sean, that is not true.
So my point is that while usually man in a dress gags are kind of just bottom of the barrel and usually indicative of a very limited worldview, especially when the entire joke is just that men don't look good in dresses, when they do the same joke with Schwoz, it accidentally turns out to be extremely gender affirming, and again, that's probably by accident.
Pardon me, where's the ladies' room?
I know you're not a girl.
So Ray has to recap the entire story, and Bianca feels bad as she's not even into steak. She was going to order the chicken. Ray and Henry have a very public argument, with Ray throwing another loud tantrum.
Boys!
You're a boy!
So Bianca says she doesn't mind, and if Ray is really into this place, she'll let him take her spot. She walks home and is never seen again. So the two get to eating, but quickly notice two men across the room, who Ray immediately recognizes as two bank robbers they've been trying to catch. Ert and Bernie. This is one of the few stupid jokes on this show that I actually really like. They mention Ert and Bernie all the time, and it always makes me laugh because it's so stupid. So the two have to suit up off screen and bust the bad guys. And what I mean is that they throw the bad guys around so much that they break the entire restaurant. And watching through this scene, it makes you realize that, like, Captain Man and Kid Danger might straight up be corrupt. Because they immediately just start beating the shit out of these two guys without the situation being escalated to that. And the entire thing is basically Ert and Bernie just trying to stand up off the ground, and Henry and Ray just keep punching them in the face while they're still struggling to get to their feet.
Care for some fresh pepper?
Henry even does that like Shrek 2 joke where he grinds pepper into the dude's eyes. Like, if these were cops and not superheroes, there would be an op-ed piece about this by the time they left the building. It's kind of fucked up. What's worse about it is as soon as they finish beating these guys to a pulp, the cops magically appear and arrest them. So the existence of superheroes in the NSU literally feels like an excuse for unnecessary brutality to still be a part of the legal system, but without any culpability due to the existence of secret identities and the lack of ability to blame this on the police. I do the fart noises gag again, but last time it gave me a migraine. So Kid Danger and Captain Man go back to their table and keep eating their food, and the doorman comes over and says that they aren't on the list, so their food gets thrown away and they never get a bite. They make it back to the man cave, where Ray eventually notices a small sliver of steak is caught in Henry's suit. The two split it down the middle, but are quickly disappointed by the experience and decide to go to Backout Steakhouse instead. So the episode starts off with Henry's high school class on a field trip to the Swellview Museum of Celebrity Garbage, and they're quickly introduced to one of the main employees.
Now listen to this guy who works here.
Hiya, kids. I've spent most of my life sneaking around celebrity trash cans rooting through their garbage.
I'm so jelly.
As I'm sure you figured out, that is Herb, literally with the same voice actor and everything. Incidentally, Ray is also there as a chaperone, and also Swat shows up in disguise as a teenager. So Herb takes them all on a tour of the museum, and it's heavily implied that he is the creator of the entire enterprise. Everything in the museum is something once owned by a celebrity that Herb has personally dug out of their garbage. He gives a few brief examples before getting into the museum's most prized possession.
Now this is one of our museum's most valuable items. The red wig Ariana Grande wore when she played Kat on the TV show Victorious.
Okay, so Herb explains that he found this wig by hunting through the dumpster behind Nickelodeon.
And there it was.
Ooh, question. May we smell the wig?
Oh no. That wig is worth over $2 million. So don't smell it.
Jasper sniffs it anyways and immediately gets thrown out by security. As Herb takes the group to see an empty tube of Justin Bieber's lip gloss, we see a cat burglar breaking into the museum. And this burglar turns out to actually be Sticky Vicky. So Sticky Vicky was a very obscure but established character before this. She was introduced in the Henry Danger motion comics, which was a series of animated shorts on YouTube featuring Captain Man and Kid Danger fighting bad guys. In that story, she had sticky boots, which sadly got caught on everything around her, causing all of her plans to fail. As soon as she made the grand transition to TV for this episode, the writers decided to give her a new superpower, and a grosser one. She can spit on things, like most people can, but her spit has the strength and stickiness of a rubbery glue. So Sticky Vicky spits all over Ariana Grande's wig, then attaches it to her back. As the alarm rings, Herb and the tour group run back in time to see what's happened, before they flee at the sight of the supervillain. Sticky Vicky spits on Henry and Ray, and the two can't get detached from one another, so they use their bubble gum to morph into their outfits. However, they're still stuck together, with their costumes combined into one awkward mess. They keep fighting Sticky Vicky, who taunts that her sticky spit means they are stuck together. This implies that Sticky Vicky is one of the few bad guys in the extended Dangerverse to deduce their secret identities exclusively based on basic context clues. The rest of this episode is just weird and gross, so here's a list of stuff in the background. There's a little tiny Christmas tree, and a big pile of guitars, and there's a urinal, and there's a single Ugg boot, and then Jimmy Fallon's used fish tank. I think the purple hoodie is supposed to be Kanye's. There's a Game Boy in the background with a few games, and finally you can make out what is very clearly Tom Baker's scarf. So in the end, Sticky Vicky accidentally sticks her own face to Captain Man's butt, and the two literally drag her off to prison. Also, Schwoz got attached to a bus. This is the cartoon's finale. So, hello everybody to a slightly different angle of my regular set, which justifies the fact that this is an intermission. I'm here right now with my good long friend of the channel, Hippie Rat. Hello, Hippie.
Hey yo, hi, hello, I'm Hippie Rat.
So, if you haven't seen Hippie Rat's content, be sure to go down to the description. I'll have his channel somewhere in the pinned comment. And yeah, so today we are here to do our intermission, which is going to be the Nickelodeon original movie Swindle. So the first thing you might be wondering is, how is this justified as a Sam and Cat intermission? Is this just something I'm doing because I didn't have any other ideas? Yes. But, and this is important, I still think this is a very valid topic for this video, and here's my logic. In August 2012, Noah Munck filmed the Gibby pilot. As we all know, we've gone over this. 1 month later, in September 2012, Ariana Grande and Jeanette McCurdy recorded the Sam and Cat pilot. Then there was a few months period where Nickelodeon was basically deciding if, which of these shows was going to be greenlit, if these shows were going to be greenlit, and they were finding budgeting, and they were signing contracts and all that stuff. So, putting Gibby to the side for now, Sam and Cat didn't continue filming episodes until January of 2013. So basically to Nickelodeon, Jeanette McCurdy and Ariana Grande, and to some extent Noah Munck, were all very valuable resources. And for several months, they weren't doing anything. So the answer to this problem, from my point of view, was to make a TV movie starring all three of these actors. So that's kind of my pitch. That's why this is an intermission. Swindle is the Nickelodeon property that was produced in between Sam and Cat episodes 1 and 2. Yeah, so at this point, what I figured we would do is, Hippie, you and I would kind of talk about our histories with this book and this movie.
Yeah, that's the one thing I wanted to touch on.
And so I figure I'll go on my spiel about like my history with this story, and you can go on your thing. And I think that will serve as an interesting contrast, because basically, from what I've grasped from our discussions beforehand, I think we have like polar opposite experiences with this.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I think it is a very possible situation that we'll walk out of this movie, and Hippie will still love it, and I will hate it. And I think that might be interesting. Immediately when I thought about the fact that we were going to be reviewing Swindle, this brought me right back to middle school. There's so many parts of middle school that I never think about, and this made me just immediately think of this one really specific weird thing. which is that in middle school we had this time of the day that was called like home period. And home period was this weird, vague, intermediate purgatory after the bell rang, but before the morning announcements. And I feel like it was like 15 to 20 minutes. And depending on what teacher you had, kind of defined what that class was going to be like. Because you weren't supposed to teach. You weren't supposed to like teach science. But, you know, some teachers you ended up with just like put their feet up and let you do spitball fights. You know, some teachers were very strict and said everyone had to be quiet. But a lot of the teachers who were cool, every day would read one chapter from a book. And this always like really, really got the kids invested, at least from my experience, because if it was a good book, you know, you had to get to class on time, you wanted to be there, you wanted to know what was happening next in the story, and you wanted to experience that book as a class. And I actually wrote down a list of books that I remember reading in middle school and a few in elementary school, not necessarily in this period, but just like books I haven't thought about in years that I wrote down. Okay, so these books are Freak the Mighty, The K, The Indian in the Cupboard, and Wolf Brother. And as I wrote these books down, I realized that the unifying aspect between all these books is that they're all books that I'm nostalgic for, that are probably like offensive, like if I reread any of those books, I'd be like, wow, wow.
I mean, the title of the one I recognize is The Indian in the Cupboard.
Yeah, I read that whole book series, man.
Series?
Yeah, there was like 6 books, because I guess the author didn't have anything better to do. And
oh dear.
And so we read the first one in class, and then I read the rest of them by myself, and I remember they get like really freaky, like existentialist. Like, because in the first book is all about this kid has this motherfucking magical cupboard, and he puts a Native American toy in the cupboard, and he locks it and he opens it up, and now the toy is alive, right? Like the original Toy Story, but maybe racist, probably. And then for the next few books, he'll occasionally like have some excuse where he needs to bring that. Like at the end of the book, he sends the Indian back, and the Indian goes back to history, and then
this is my favorite episode of The Twilight Zone.
And then in the second book, he brings that Indian back with a girl Indian toy. And in those books, it's very explicit that like it's like a time travel thriller. Like they're being transported through time, and these are real historical figures. But then there's this one part of one of the books where he uses a toy that he knows is a fictional character, and it still comes to life. And the main character keeps asking all these questions to himself, like wait, so am I not pulling these toys from historical figures? Like is there some other dimension where these toys exist? And so what universe am I pulling the consciousness of these toys from with my magical toy cupboard? Okay, so I might be remembering this shit wrong, but Swindle spoke to me as a teenager in a way that I don't think it would speak to me now as an adult. It's kind of like, have you ever tried to watch Codename Kids Next Door? Like just try and sit down and watch it, and you're like, it's not bad. But if I was 12, this would be way more kick-ass. Well, anyway, so here's my pitch of Swindle. So, Swindle is all about a kid that gets fucked over by an adult. And the whole world of adults is like, well, you just have to deal with that because adults are superior to kids, and you just got to deal with it. And then every kid in the book is like, we're going to fuck you up. We're going to come around your block, we're going to take your kneecaps. So here's the plot of the book from what I remember. This kid breaks into an abandoned house, which is a weird start to the book. He's breaking into an abandoned house, and he finds a baseball card, and immediately he knows.
I don't know, that's a Tuesday for me.
That is one of the rarest baseball cards in the world. And he says, I can sell that for millions of dollars.
The Horace Wagner or whatever.
I think in the book it's literally like I don't know. So he ends up going to like a shopkeep, and like some kind of pawn guy, and he's like, yo, what do you think about this, us trying to sell this? And the pawn guy's like, you know, I can tell this is a reproduction. I can tell this is a reprint based on the stripes and all the little details. I'll sell it to you for like $100. And the kid's like, whatever, fine, you know, he's real defeated. And then later, that shopkeep is on the news because he's like, I found the rarest baseball card in the world. I'm going to sell it for $1 million. So the kid goes to like his parents about the fact that he's been, you know, he goes to like adults about the fact that he's been like swindled. He's been ripped off. And all the parents are like, you got to deal with it. We don't believe you. Kids are stupid. Adults rule. And so
I do have a point here already. Do you want me to talk about like how this is differing from the movie so far?
No. And so like they basically gather up this like Goonies ass like squadron of kids, and then they like do this meticulous like suburban intense investigation into their like weird neighborhood, and they find out that the house where this guy lives is identical to 2 other houses in their neighborhood. So they find some excuse to go and like go inside of one of the other houses and like make a map and a plan on how to break in the middle of the night, and they fucking rob this guy. And then somehow the book ends with them all in court. They mail the card like to the court, and somehow like the kids have like a very well prepared legal defense, and the kids win in the court of the law. And it was just like this very inspiring story as a kid about just how like, you know, because when you're a kid in middle school, you're constantly getting fucked over by adults. And, you know, because a lot of teachers are just like weird assholes, and some of the others are inspiring, amazing people. But at some point when you're a kid growing up, you get fucked over by an adult. So as a teenager reading this book that's all about like these group of kids that just get revenge on an adult that fucked them over, it really, really spoke to me. And I bought the second book, and it wasn't as good. And that's my pre-existing relationship with the Swindle franchise. So now I'd like to hear your story, Hippie.
So I've seen the movie, and that's my history with it. I've never read the book, and in fact, I think it took me a while to learn that it was based off of a book. Point is, I never read the book, but I did see the movie. I think my sister was interested in seeing it because she was really into Sam and Cat at the time. We were, you know, my sister got into Sam and Cat very early. I was kind of interested in the show at first, and then quickly just got so fucking tired of it. But the movie, you know, the Swindle movie, it was just genuinely fun. I love heist movies. Like I watched Tower Heist, that like Eddie Murphy, Matthew Broderick movie, when I was a teenager. I just watched through the Ocean's movies last year. It's all, you know, I love heist movies. You know, just seeing like the team of people go through this convoluted mess of things to, you know, to steal some valuable item. It's fucking fun. This movie, from what I've seen in like the Discord server, it looks like the people who dislike this movie were the ones who read the book growing up.
Oh,
and
yeah,
so I'm not sure if you're gonna like it.
This is the foreshadowing you see.
There are a lot of aspects of the book that you explained that are wildly different from the movie. One
thing I should bring up before we start this is I think everyone in this cast was in some Nickelodeon show.
Almost everyone. That was another thing I wanted to kind of touch base on. It was, it's interesting to me because we have Ariana, we have Jeanette, we have Noah, and then we have the girl from Big Time Rush, which is like the trifecta of like Nickelodeon live action products that were on at the time.
Era. Yeah.
And but then like the two leads, like the two main characters, I don't think were in any shows.
I think you're wrong. I think they were in shows. I looked it up, and I believe they were in shows that no one fucking watched. Because I think the main guy was in How to Rock. Do you remember
How to Rock? Wasn't that?
Do you remember How to Rock? Everyone making their fucking 8-hour retrospectives about How to Rock.
No, because there was a School of Rock TV show.
But that
from
was
Nickelodeon.
later. Okay, hold on. How to Rock 2012 Nickelodeon sitcom.
Did I just get trooped? Noah Crawford and Chris O'Neill are like the two main characters. Noah Crawford was in How to Rock, and Chris O'Neill was in How to Rock as well. Yeah, so this only lasted a season.
What is that doing on my cake?
So our movie starts out, as all great films do, with a chaotic flash forward to the end of the movie. We see a massive Greek wedding, where the bride suddenly notices that an action figure sits upon her cake, in place of what is supposed to be the groom. Suddenly, it becomes clear that her wedding is being crashed, as a disheveled man with a bald spot and several teenagers all run for the cake at once.
Oh, it was such a nice wedding.
Star, Ariana Grande, please cast me in Wicked.
That is one thing about this movie that I also really like. All of the Nickelodeon stars here who used to be like typecast in specific ways, kind of managed to avoid their typecasting for this.
Yeah. Okay. I bet you're wondering what's going on here.
Yeah, but you're wondering. How did I get here?
I forgot they literally do that.
After this, the scene devolves into a food fight, with cake being thrown all around the room. And I don't want to be that guy, but I'm gonna be that guy throughout this entire segment, so I might as well start right now. This is not in the book. And they're starting here, in my opinion, on purpose to set the tone that pretty much nothing in this movie is going to be taken directly from the book. But how did our characters get here? To find out, we'll have to rewind to the beginning.
Morning, ladies.
That's Jeanette McCurdy? Wow, she's really is avoiding being typecast.
That's Noah Crawford?
So we meet our main protagonist, Griffin Bing, played by Noah Crawford. Griffin is a man known for his connections, as he's the person in school to go to if you need hooked up with something. As he walks to the front entrance, he's approached by Eddie, the school's most wealthy nerd. Eddie has been trying to get Griffin to hook him up with Amanda Benson, played by Ariana Grande, but Griffin keeps telling him to be more realistic, as Benson is the second prettiest girl in school. After this, we meet Jeanette McCurdy's character, Savannah, who is trying to convince people to come to her, quote, terrible one-woman show. But she has more pressing news for Griffin, as she reveals that Ben has spilled his smoothie all over the school bully, Darren Vader. Get it? Also, Eddie has a little sister. This will not be on the test. So we see Darren Vader in the flesh, and our film's big bully is played by none other than Noah Monk, while the sheepish and nerdy Ben is played by Chris O'Neill. Chris throws himself into a locker in self-defense, and Darren tries to pound him out, before Griffin arrives to save the day.
Darren, stop! Got that stuff you were looking for.
Cocaine.
Real stuff? Yeah.
Methamphetamines. Give it. So it seems Griffin really does have the stuff, and Ben is off the hook. For now. That's Nikki Deuce right there. So this is a thing I want to say because I didn't have the guts to say it while we were actually watching the movie. Hippie made this big grand point as we watched this, that everyone in this movie gets this enormous break from regular typecasting and how cool and epic that is. But I wasn't really impressed as we watched because despite the fact that none of these actors were playing their more famous characters, they're still very much playing Nickelodeon archetypes. For instance, as we're going to see later, Jeanette McCurdy is basically playing Trina Vega, and Ariana Grande is playing Trixie Tang from The Fairly Odd Parents, and Noah Monk's just any bully character. He could even be Sam if you look at it sideways. And at the end of the day, the performances still feel really restricted. Like, Ariana sometimes feels like that she's Kat playing another character. It's hard to explain. The whole movie has this weird Freaky Friday vibe where everything's a little swapped around, but nothing feels new, if that makes sense. For instance, after the school day ends, we meet Ben's parents, as we learn the main strife of this film. Ben's family is running out of money, and if they don't figure something out real quick, his mother is going to force them to move to Montana and live with his uncle. However, Ben's father has a plan. The Snake Pit, an in-universe parody of Shark Tank, is going to be filming an episode at a hotel near their house this Saturday, and he has an invention that he knows will sell. A robotic hand that can do things while you're still sitting down. Mr. Dupree has even saved up enough money for the Snake Pit entrance fee, which is $300 or $385 today. The only issue is that the hand is flippant and glitchy, as Ben's father manages to punch a massive hole in the wall. He notes that this will cost around $300 to fix, so it seems the Snake Pit is off. The storyline feels like it's from fucking Rugrats. While studying the hole made by the robot hand, Ben and Griffin find a metal box, and inside is an old baseball card. Thinking fast, Griffin suggests they sell it. Now, to be contrarian to what you might expect my position to be, I think that this backstory is superior to what's in the book, at least from what I can remember. In the book, the kids find this Babe Ruth card in a literal abandoned house, and then they try and make legal claim that they own it because they found it. And even as a kid, I thought that was a little confusing, like why they could get away with that. So having it actually be physically inside of the house of one of the main characters is a much better setup. The stakes are also improved to a great extent, as in the book, the kids wanted the money just because they were like pissed off, and here the characters have a very good reason why they need a lot of money and quick. Also, in the movie, they changed the baseball card from a Babe Ruth card to a Honus Wagner card, which apparently is about 6 times more valuable. Moving on to changes I don't like, the two boys run off to a local pawn store, run by a famously shady middle-aged man. Now, in the book, this character's name is S. Wendell Palomino, which is a pretty good pun that I remember not getting until our teacher was like halfway through the book. In the movie, the character's name is Paul Swindell, which is a lot less clever, but I guess a bit more Nickelodeon at the end of the day, as he gets to constantly correct people on how to pronounce his name.
The Swindell. Swindell. Swindell.
It's bouquet.
So like in the book, Swindell talks down the value of the card and initially tries to buy it for pocket change. However, Griffin seemingly is able to talk him up, walking away with $350, which is nearly $450 in today's money. That's a good thing they put some shit in front of that text or I wouldn't be paying attention. The next morning, Griffin gets the paper, but is shocked to see that Swindell is on the front page. He rushes over to Ben's house, where the two watch a news report with Swindell bragging about finding the card, saying he's hoping to sell it for $1.2 million, which is $1.5 million in today's money. The two go back to try and get Swindell to return the card, but he refuses. They return to Ben's house defeated, only to find Ben's mother putting a for sale sign in their front yard. The robot hand is still causing damage, and it seems he's unlikely to sell it at the Snake Pit.
We have to steal the card back.
Oh, steal
What? What? That's a little too fast. So yeah, without having gone to any adults or asked any authority figures, Griffin decides it's national treasure time, as he's going to steal the card back. But first, he needs a team. The two start off by going to Savannah's horrible one-woman show, where they watch her flying through the air haphazardly attached to a rigging system. Griffin wants her on the team because she's a theater kid, and that might come in handy at some point. We next cut to the high school in the morning, where Nicky Deuce has found a pesky douche who is taking up 2 spots in the parking lot. Vader politely asks him to park his car a little better, but the dude blows him off. So Vader takes things into his own hands.
Yeah. Yeah. That just happened.
That just happened. Griffin explains that Vader will be their muscle and their vehicle, much to the fear of Ben. To make up for this, we see someone that Ben wants on the team, Amanda Benson. Ben wants Amanda on the team because she's the second prettiest girl in school, and he has a massive crush on her. But he also notes that she's a talented gymnast and could be useful to the group. Finally, Griffin's sister says she wants in on whatever he's planning, but he says he doesn't need her. As they walk away, Griffin says their plan is brilliant and no one will be able to say no.
Nope.
Whoa, wait, where are you going?
Listen, I don't want to speak for these refugees from the island of misfit losers, no offense, but this sounds a lot like something the cops call stealing.
See what I'm talking about? Like, it's nice to see these characters outside of their typecast.
Yeah.
Jeanette is basically playing like a cat type character, and Ariana is basically playing
herself.
Sam
Yeah,
type
I'm on the same page. That's always how I've imagined Ariana really talks when no one's watching. Like when every camera in the room is turned off, that's probably how Ariana talks. So once everyone has turned him down, Griffin reveals the real reason he's picked everyone. Griffin is the school's mini godfather, and everyone in the group is in debt with him. For instance, Griffin hooked Savannah up with a kebab commercial the previous semester. Meanwhile, Ariana Grande used to be the third prettiest girl in school before Griffin had an entire family move to Denver, moving her up a rung. And of course, Vader owes Griffin for the stuff.
You want to keep that supply of Latvian hair cream coming?
Latvian hair cream?
Just be honest, it's meth.
You owe me for the methamphetamines.
How else do you think he could just get fucking souped up and push a car like that?
But in a twist, the group are not fazed by this blackmail. So Ben tries something different, offering each of the kids $25,000 if the heist is a success, which would be $32,000 today. Everyone is suddenly on board, and they fist bump. Together, they are the B tier.
When we doing this? How's tonight?
What?
Yep.
That's not how a heist works. Okay, so Griffin does that thing where he narrates the gist of their plan as we see it kind of happening. Every day, Swindle goes out to dinner at Chinese Garden, which has the best mushu in town. Before he goes, he sets his security alarm. And we're just gonna put a time code on screen now, just, indicating how long that's been going. Because after the alarm is set, there's a 30-second window where it can be disabled. And so the gang have to get inside before then. Gibby throws Kat onto the roof, and she does a backflip into the shop, before pausing to make commentary on the smell of the store. She finally gets over to the alarm system and turns it off just as it's about to hit 0. Despite this, an entire minute has passed in the actual movie. So they all go inside, but there's a big problem. The card is no longer in the glass case. This is also what happens in the book, which is why they have to break into Swindle's home. But this isn't where the movie is going with this. Savannah and Vader try to distract Swindle by switching between various characters. They get ignored, Savannah is thrown into a water fountain, Gibby gets tased, before Savannah finally manages to distract Swindle by dressing up as a blind, handicapped nun who needs to get to the church. And Swindle begrudgingly agrees to take her there before pushing her down a hilly road directly into traffic. Vader rushes back to the shop and warns the others that Swindle is on his way. But as they turn to leave, Ben makes a discovery. The card is being hidden in a panel in the wall, which isn't even locked. Griffin grabs the card just as Swindle gets back to the shop and turns his security system back on, and they all have to sneak around to avoid being detected by him. Yeah, Noah Monk is definitely sneaking around without being seen by this guy.
That is what is happening in this movie.
This is the biggest pile of shit I've ever seen. so the kids can't leave while the security system is on, but they're in luck. Swindle is soon distracted by a Skype call from a specific Frenchman. The Frenchman reveals he's going to be doing a big auction in Swindle's town that weekend at a local hotel, and as he has numerous interested buyers, he would like to auction the baseball card. Swindle is interested, but is briefly distracted by the massive nose of the Frenchman. Griffin ponders all he's seen and decides to make the strategic choice to put the baseball card back in the wall safe, as he has a much better idea. Suddenly, the security system turns back off and all the kids manage to sneak out the back. There, they find out what happened wasn't an act of God, but instead the work of Griffin's sister, who we learn is an expert hacker. Griffin finally allows her onto the team and tells everyone else that he has a plan, and I just love it when a plan comes together, because they have a van. That's where I'm going with that. They have a van, so they're the B tier. Savannah suddenly appears, grasping the remaining pieces to her wheelchair as she tells the gang that Swindle is coming. Ho 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 ho! So, I'm not really going to be bringing up the book after this, because nothing from here on out is from the book. They made the rest of this shit up.
To make this plan work, we're gonna need something special, and I know just where to get it.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Oh, wow. Oh, whoa. Ariana looks like such a nerd. So yeah, remember Eddie, the rich nerdy kid from the start of the movie who has a crush on Ariana? Griffin has sent Ariana into his house on a specific mission. Ariana is wearing special McDonald's spy glasses, so the rest of the B tier can watch the live feed in their van and give her tips.
It's like I'm in the Matrix.
Unreal is right. Amanda would never crush on a geek.
And yet, you harbor a not-so-secret crush on her, yes?
And your point is?
Why did they just say that? And yes, you harbor a crush on Ariana Grande. So Eddie brings Ariana to his man cave.
Welcome to my man cave. Huh?
Where she's instructed to find something small yet valuable, and to somehow get away with it. However, things go sour when Eddie starts playing with his Stargate props and accidentally knocks Ariana over, breaking his glasses. The team in the van can no longer communicate with her, but unbeknownst to Ariana, they can still see and hear her. Thinking it's just her and Eddie, Ariana tells him he has to keep a secret. She is a closeted nerd and absolutely loves his collection.
Ben Kenobi and Darth Vader in their epic showdown. Wow. Amazing. Are these real Star Trek uniforms?
Actor worn, original series.
No, they're not. No. You don't need to be a fucking props expert to know that those are just sweaters.
We got scammed.
What?
Amanda Benson is a secret geek.
No way.
This is heavy, Doc. The Swindle Wiki says, the film incorrectly states Amanda to be a geek. This is untrue, as geek is a term used for people invested in fandoms, and a nerd is someone invested in academics. Okay, first of all, being an editor on the Swindle Wiki is major please take my lunch money energy. Secondly, and I never thought I'd say this, but we found the biggest nerd to ever edit for a wiki. And third of all, Amanda is invested in fandoms more than academics. So you're the person who's wrong here. I have no idea why I put this in the review. So Ariana quickly finds the most valuable thing in the room as she walks over to Eddie's Captain Cybertor collection. Captain Cybertor is an in-universe action figure. Picture a troll doll, but for people who like Battlestar Galactica. Cybertor figures with blue hair are a dime a dozen, but a figure with red hair is worth over $80,000, as Eddie and Ariana both say at the same time. Ariana says she needs to borrow the figure, and Eddie agrees, but with one stipulation. She goes back to the van and announces that she has to go on a date with the king of the dweebs, before everyone reveals that the sunglasses are still transmitting, and they saw everything.
The second prettiest girl in school is actually a complete...
Do not use the G word. Okay, when I moved here 3 years ago, I worked hard to remake myself. I will not go back to being Mandy the Mutant.
Ariana Grande is such a nerd.
She looks like Coolio. So now that they have another rare collectible, the plan can begin, and we see a montage of them working on various items and schematics.
See, this is where I start enjoying the movie. Like, this is the movie for me.
Okay, yeah. So you gotta get 40 minutes into this goddamn thing before Hippie starts telling me this is the good part.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, don't worry, man. Now that we're 40 minutes in, it's gonna be watchable at best.
Yeah.
This part of the movie is one of the few moments where we actually see Jeanette and Ariana's characters interact for an extended period, as Savannah tries to get Amanda used to wearing a harness. Amanda is a natural, much to Savannah's annoyance. She then moves on to teaching acting exercises to Vader, which starts out a little lifeless.
All right, yeah.
I'm a bird. What am I now?
You're holding your arm up.
This is exactly what theater was like. Where it was like, I would just be like, okay, I'm here to play the fucking dentist from Little Shop of Horrors, and they'd be like, no, we have to be birds. You have to shake your leg in the air and proclaim your love to Jesus. And I was like, well, I don't think I gotta do any of that shit. I think I'm just gonna play a dentist. But soon, Vader gets the hang of things.
Your shot is amazing. Your shot is fantastic. It makes you demure. It makes you vulnerable.
That just happened.
That just happened. I felt that.
He said it again! We cut to the big day, Saturday, at the big fancy hotel. Griffin's little sister starts off by hacking into the hotel mainframe and duplicating Swindell's visitor pass. She turns the duplicate into Paula Swindell, inventing a fictional daughter for Swindell. After this, she moves Swindell down to the basement and places Swindell's daughter into the highest VIP suite, while charging both rooms to Swindell's credit card. This is like a felony, I think? Jeanette McCurdy then uses her acting skills to check into the hotel as Paula Swindell, and is so convincing that she isn't even asked for an ID. Everything is going to plan, except for one little detail. Remember the Shark Tank B-plot from the first act? It turns out that is happening at the same hotel and the same day as this big auction. So the group has to avoid being noticed by Ben's dad, who luckily is preoccupied with his constantly malfunctioning robot hand. Ben thinks the day is already going terribly, but Griffin tells him to have some faith.
Hey guys, watch this. Pull me. Yeah. That's right.
That wasn't scripted. That's just how Noah Monk is in real life.
So they go up to the big fancy suite, and according to what I can tell, this is a real hotel suite, which explains the absolutely terrible lighting in some of these scenes.
Hey, guys, TV in the bathroom. You can totally watch a game while you're taking a massive...
Please don't say it.
Bath. I was gonna say bath.
Savannah calls the hotel staff and tells them that when her father arrives, he'll want food in his room already, and he's on a strict diet of squid and stinky cheese. Ariana finds out that a nerdy movie prop is being auctioned that day, and she and Ben briefly share excitement over this before she retreats back into her popular girl persona. Finally, Savannah tries to convince Vader that they need to run through backstories for their characters, but Vader isn't interested. She persists, and once the two are off screen, he removes his robe, showing her his cock and balls.
Maybe we've prepared enough. I'll never get that out of my head.
He just flashed in front of her.
Wow.
That wasn't in the script. That's just how Noah Monk is in real life. If that makes it in, I'm joking.
So Griffin's sister has hacked into every detail of the hotel with a multicam monitor of every room and hallway.
Lefebvre has just entered his room and... Swindle's close. You should be here in 10.
You shouldn't be able to know that.
Now you're just playing God.
Ariana is the first person to take part in the espionage, as she's sent down to the hotel room of the big-nosed French dude. She tells him that she's there to give him his skincare treatment, and they allow her to enter and smother his face with ranch dressing. Once it dries, she removes it in a single piece, and as the nose guy celebrates his skin, she leaves with a perfect mold of his face. As this happens, Swindell arrives.
That's a great car. Wow, what a good pull in the prop department.
As Swindell enters, he meets Savannah and Vader, who are dressed up like Swedish immigrants. They reveal they've come to try and sell their rare, red-haired Captain Cybertron. Swindell quickly recognizes the value and tells them that red-haired Captain Cyberchases are a dime a dozen, while the blue variants have the real value. But he offers to buy it from them for $10, which is almost $13 in today's money. Swindell checks into his room, which turns out to be in the basement, feeling more like a prison cell than a hotel suite, made worse by the stench of squid and stinky cheese. Back upstairs, operations continue.
Anybody else need anything?
Nothing for me, sis, but I could really use a massage of the foot.
Awesome.
Oh no! Wait, no! Not feet stuff!
So yeah, the point here is that Griffin is now disguised in a passing resemblance to the big-nosed French guy, meaning Swindell will likely fall for the disguise in profile since they've only ever met over the internet.
That's what John Lennon would look like if he was still alive.
So Griffin's sister schedules Swindell and the faux-nosed Griffin for a hotel massage at the same time. However, Griffin is running late, so his sister hacks into the hotel system again and sends Swindell's elevator flying up and down over and over again, so fast that Swindell is being catapulted to the elevator ceiling, all while Skull and Crossbones appear on the screen by the door.
Literally all that she needed to do was just like push every button on the... activate every button on the elevator.
Yeah, that would have done the job.
Eventually, Swindell gets out and throws up upon exiting. He finally gets to the massage room, where an over-physical masseuse manages to keep Swindell's head down enough for the deception to work. The plan is going great, except for two hiccups. Firstly, the real big-nosed French guy leaves his hotel room, and the gang fear he might run into Swindell, or worse, Griffin dressed up like himself. So Savannah and Vader go to have character improv. They pretend to be an arguing couple, enter the elevator with the French guy, and press the button that stops it mid-travel as their fight turns physical. The second issue is that Griffin's hastily assembled nose is starting to melt and bend under pressure, and if Swindell sees this, it's all over. Meanwhile, we see why it was so important for Swindell to be out of his room, as Ariana hooks a rig onto the roof, removes a ceiling plate, and jumps into the ventilation shaft.
I'm in.
Acknowledged.
Never catch Donna Hernandez doing this.
Meanwhile, Griffin takes a fake cell phone and shows it to Swindell, saying that there's a Russian millionaire at the hotel who keeps bothering him to ask if he has a red-haired Captain Cyberpuss. But by this point, Griffin's nose is truly like a long string of snot, and is getting pretty hard to hide, so he decides it's time to bail.
Look at the time!
Oh, this is my favorite episode of Twilight Zone.
Since the coast is clear, Savannah and Vader let the French guy go.
Also, they did press the button on the elevator that, like, the alarm button. The fire department's going to show up here now. And they're going to ask why the elevator button was pressed.
Ariana manages to descend directly into Swindell's room, where she finds the red-haired cyberpunk and swaps it with a blue one. Swindell finishes his massage, and his masseuse tells him to
call me. Maybe.
Foreshadowing number 1. He ends up at the pool area, where he runs into the aforementioned Russian millionaire, who declares his interest in bidding on the baseball card. But Swindell informs him about the red-haired Captain Cyberbullying, and the millionaire says he will buy it immediately for $80,000 in cash. And so Swindle runs back to get his red-haired Captain Cyber Monday. As he rushes into the room, Ariana rises through the vent, barely missing detection. Swindle rushes back to the pool and gives the Russian guy the figure in exchange for a suitcase. He starts to open the suitcase, but the Russian man dissuades this.
I do not look in box you give to me. Do you know why?
Because, I'm a man of honor too?
No. Because last man who tried to cheat Ivan Volkov, well, no one knows what happened to him. No one but me, Alexei, and Boris.
So that's a direct reference to an actual murder. Moving on. As Swindle walks away, he bumps into Ben, who was distracted by the sight of his father. Swindle quickly identifies who Ben is and deduces what's been going on. Ben runs off, accidentally leaving a key to the upstairs suite. So Swindle goes to the suite, but finds it abandoned. That is, until he goes out to the balcony, where all of the kids are waiting for him. They reveal that Ben allowed himself to be caught on purpose, and they have a proposition. If he gives them the baseball card, they'll give him the red-haired Captain Cybervore. They quickly reveal the entire scheme and show him that the Russian man has just discovered the apparent deception and is looking for Swindle. Swindle tries to grab the toy, but it eventually is knocked over the balcony's edge as it lands on a wedding cake. This was not part of the plan, and Swindle and the kids all rush down in separate groups to try and stop the cake. Foreshadowing number 2. As they all exit the elevator, they run directly through the filming of Snake Pit, which again is the in-universe parody of Shark Tank. The inventions being shown are the robot hand, a laser hedge trimmer, and a gigantic vacuum. What could go wrong?
Sorry.
So that just happened. To make matters worse, as Swindle runs away, the giant vacuum takes his pants. And so the chase continues through the hotel kitchen.
Hippie, do you think this is really happening? I can't get a read on that. Hippie, can you feel my fingernails?
So they all end up crashing a Greek-style wedding, and Griffin even steals the mic and rambles for a minute straight, convincing the audience that he and Swindle are both distant family relatives. Swindle tries to go for the cake, and so Griffin has to invent a distraction.
Well, look at the time. I have rambled on long enough. I think there's only one thing left to say, and that's...
Everybody dance! Come alive! Woo! Hey, I just met you.
Oh!
We can't show
It's actually them?
bit of this scene.
No, I'm playing all of this. I don't care. This is an actual Jeanette McCurdy, Noah Monk, hyper-produced cover of Call Me Maybe.
Just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my number.
And could they only afford to license the same 10 seconds over and over again?
But here's my number. So call me maybe. What is that doing on my cake?
And thus we have circled back around to the start of the movie, which now plays out in full, basically verbatim, with the only difference being the background music. Swindle jumps on the cake, and the other kids try to stop him. Ariana does a weird shitty backflip for no reason, and eventually the cake is knocked over, as the wedding devolves into a cake-themed food fight. And everyone is covered in cake, except for Griffin.
It's a bittersweet symphony.
Swindle manages to grab the toy, but is confronted by the bride's father, who says he has ruined the wedding. Swindle manages to get away, but when a door bumps into him, the red-haired Cybertruck is returned to the kids. So Swindle gets caught by the Russian guy, and eventually gives in and accepts the kids' offer.
He's had it in his pocket the whole time?
The Russian guy is happy to have the toy and tells Swindle to run and never stop running, and so Swindle heads off. However, the Russian guy then removes his facial scar, revealing it was all a trick. He's actually Savannah's father, who is a local thespian known for giving acting lessons. His bodyguards are eager students, and Vader is invited to join the acting class. The group celebrate, causing the big-nosed French guy to come and complain, as they are trying to have an auction. The kids reveal that they are the true owners of the card and head off to sell it. Outside, while running from the hotel, Swindle accidentally drops the briefcase given to him earlier, revealing what's truly inside.
This isn't $80,000.
Worse yet, he's soon met by hotel staff, who give him his bill, and with all the kids managed to charge to his tab, he now owes over $35,000, which is $45,000 in today's money. Later, in the school gym, everyone on the team gets their promised cut of the money, and they discuss further details.
Yeah, what did your parents say when you got home with the money? They were overjoyed, no doubt.
Actually, no. Turns out they didn't need the money, like at all.
Well, I'm confused. Explain, please.
The I Got It was a big hit at the Snake Pit. Dad's got thousands of orders from police stations all across the country.
Oh, no!
I forgot about that plot point.
Don't worry, gang. My father created an invention that's going to be used to beat protesters on the street.
Good idea.
Ben reveals he used some of the money to buy that nerdy prop that was up at auction, and Ariana and him briefly flirt over this. As they go outside, they say the rest of the money can be used for putting them all through college, but that they don't know what to do with the rest. They're immediately approached by a little girl who says she needs their help. She dropped off her pet bird at a local pet shop, but was told by the shop owner that the pet had died. However, she has since found out that her bird is up for auction, since it's apparently worth $20,000, which is $25,600 today. So the group decide what they're going to do with the money. They're going to start an organization to help other teens that have been swindled.
We take down swindlers.
So cool. Look how cool they all are. Look how cool.
Amazing. Yes. Period.
It was the end.
Okay, so do you want my review now? Do you want to hear my review of
Synecdoche?
Swindle? Yep. Every time I review something, I like to look at every piece of media I look at as a realization of potential. And so a lot of times on this channel, I'm not very harsh on Nickelodeon original movies and like Disney Channel original movies, and people tell me I wasn't like mean enough, and it's like, well, at some point, like, you got to realize the potential was realized to the best of the ability, right?
But you're saying in this case, we have a book that was good, this is raised the bar for potential.
This is my opinion. I think if you look at this as a Nickelodeon original movie, and you go in and accept the potential of how it'll be good and in what ways it'll be good, I think the final half of this movie is pretty great.
Thank you. Okay.
I think if we look at it from the perspective of, this is an adaptation of a particular book that's really good, I think that this is not the best possible movie they could have made based on Swindle.
Very fair.
But I'll tell you what, I would much rather watch this a second time than watch any more episodes of Sam and or Cat.
Well, yeah, that's easy. I mean, because this is actually like a fun thing to watch.
Yeah, so to give me your thoughts, and then we can just put in some random comments about the movie. I
mean, I enjoyed it a lot back then. I always thought that it was very fun to see these actors outside of their typecasts. I thought it was... we kind of touched on this during the movie, but like in hindsight, that first half is so unmemorable, and it's only once like the second and third act starts that it actually becomes like very enjoyable, because then it's like a proper heist movie. Everything before that is just kind of trying to like, it's just like sweeping by really fast, because it's like I think even the movie understands like this is the boring part. Like, I think even the people making the movie were just like, all right, this part is like, this isn't why we're making this movie. We want the fun hotel hijinks.
I still mourn the loss of the thematic element of like kids proving that they deserve to be treated with respect, and that like kids like a group of kids proving that they are as, you know, important as adults. And obviously that's lost the moment you cast adults to play the characters, but I still think it's the reason the book was kick-ass when I was a kid, and the fact that it's just not in the movie I think is pretty lame.
It's very cathartic to see such a hateable character like Swindell, you know, have such a bad fucking day.
Yeah.
Which, like, to me, that kind of makes up for it. Like, I love that kind of, like, catharsis of just, like, it's because he's, like, just a fucking asshole and doesn't give a shit about the fact that he's an asshole. It's fun because then it makes it so much more entertaining when the character, you know, just fucking, you know, gets fucked up.
I'm looking at the poster for Swindle, the movie, right now. I have the Wikipedia page pulled up. I have, like, the DVD cover. And on the cover for Swindle, you just lost the game, by the way. Oh,
you fucker!
But the thing is, they're gathered around a safe. And the more that I look at the poster, the more I'm like, they didn't make that movie. Like, you kept saying, like, oh, this is a heist movie. But it didn't feel... it was a little too hijinksy. You know, it's just like this whole side tangent about the action figure was really entertaining, but I feel like it did probably detract from the actual plot of the movie, like what that Swindle had to give the card over by choice. I don't know. It just...
Well, yeah, they had to swindle him back. Personally, I because it's like, you look at like the Ocean's movies, and like there's also just a ton of hijinks in that. It's very clear to me that they're pulling so much from the Ocean's movies, and like, because so much of those movies are just like, we're going to distract like the person who owns the safe. We're going to distract him with some, you know, ridiculous tangent. Like, the two brothers are arguing about some bullshit, and that's distracting them from this and that. And so, like, to me, that still kind of helps it qualify.
Right. I understand that, but my point is that there's literally no scene in this movie where they crack a safe. You know what I mean?
There's a cat burglar scene.
Yeah, and she just goes and opens a cardboard box and swaps out a toy. It doesn't feel like, I don't know, it doesn't feel heisty enough. It just...
I guess, because there's like that moment when it's like she's about to get caught, but then he like opens the door just as she's getting back in the vent, and it's sus.
Yeah, and it's very convenient that ceiling grate goes all the way to this basement room. And just one way, just one straight path all the way down. I mean, I guess when it rains, that room is fucked, but I don't regret watching this movie, and I think that's something I should say. I think a lot of stuff that I watch on this channel, I regret watching it in a deep way in the soul that can't be explained easily. Swindle is fine. It's fine. Noah Monk sings "Call Me Maybe." If you want to re-immerse yourself in an era of Nickelodeon that shouldn't be important enough to revisit, then I think this is a good movie to do that with. This movie feels like it's defined by the fact that it's like all these projects ended at once, and Nickelodeon just has this like all these decks of cards that they're just throwing out, and they're like, I don't know. I don't want to go out and say the book is better, because I really, really think if I reread the book as an adult, it wouldn't speak to me. But I think that's probably the charm of it, is that it is like a book for like kids that feel like the world just doesn't respect them. And this is a fun Nickelodeon movie that kind of fails to live up to that potential a little, I think. But I'm not angry about it. I'm just disappointed. You make Swindle 2 and every character is played by Danielle Monáe. Just like every time, every actor Nickelodeon like falls out of favor with Danielle Monáe runs. Like, hey, I'm here, let's go! Hey Quinn, did you hear that I died? Solve my murder! So at the start of the episode, Kat is lounging at home and calls Nona to try and convince her to do her Hollywood Arts homework assignment for her. The assignment is to watch a news program, then write a 500-word essay about it. And 500 words is far too many words for any essay of any kind, so Kat doesn't want to do it. Nona tells her she has to, and Kat struggles to get through even 10 seconds of the news. I thought I had the same remote as Kat, but then I kind of paused it and I looked at it, and I don't think I do. I put this in because I've started to run out of things to say. So Dice comes and reveals he has great news. He and Sam were crossing the street, and a car honked at both of them. Kat is terrified to hear the rest of the story before Sam runs in with a steering wheel as she just stole it off of a moving vehicle.
You ripped some guy's steering wheel off his car?
I also ripped this shirt right off his body.
Dice says he can't honk at her now, but Sam can honk at him. Well, that can't happen in real life.
Well, that can't happen in real life.
That was weird. So Sam tries to get Sam and Dice to do her homework, and they tell her no. Kat complains that all the news talks about is oil crisis, Middle East, and some jerk named Dow Jones. So Sam and Dice suggest that Kat switch to watching News, an online show that reports all of the news in under 6 minutes. Kat says if she hears one thing about gluten, healthcare, or climate change, which you remember she doesn't believe in, she's going to punch Dice in the face. They turn the show on, and sure enough,
according to experts, gluten might be affecting climate change, which will likely have a direct impact on healthcare costs.
No!
Don't punch my face!
So they keep watching and find out that the online store Zapathon.com has announced that they intend to radically increase their delivery speed, partially through the use of Zapathon drones that deliver your mail right to your door. The program launches at midnight, so the three decide to stay up late and order a bunch of stuff from Zapathon to see some cool drones. Suddenly, a shirtless man bursts through the front door, begging for his steering wheel back. So after the title sequence, Sam, Kat, and Dice are hanging around after midnight, frustrated because the drone has yet to appear. Nona runs in and reveals to the room that Kat texted her to come over because the apartment was on fire. Kat reveals this was a lie because she wanted Nona to get there quickly. Sam takes Nona's hose and sprays Dice in the face.
What did I do? When did our friendship take this weird turn?
It's not your fault, Dice. Sam's been acting weird ever since Freddy came over a couple episodes ago. The gang list all the things they brought in from fake Amazon, ending on a gigantic pair of men's underpants. When asked why they did this, Kat says it will be a great sight gag. Suddenly, they hear a vibrating noise and think that the drones are here, but it turns out to be Sam's vibrator. But then they hear a second noise, and this time it's the drone. They run around until they finally see it, and it's coming down fast, causing them to wonder where it's going to land. So the next day, the two are having an argument with their landlord, and I mean it this time. The landlord says it's their responsibility to fix the broken window, and if I cite laws to attack these kids, I gotta cite laws to defend them. According to California Code, Civil Code, CIV Swiggle Thing 1941.1, it is the responsibility of the landlord to keep a domicile habitable through the tenancy. This includes, among many other things, having intact, unbroken windows and doors. Thus, it's this guy's job to fix that broken window. So a Zapathon customer service guy comes over and comes in without being asked inside. So the joke here is that this guy, he's the customer service dude, and he talks like he's a Mormon from the 1940s, and then the landlord who's also there, he talks like one of the Three Stooges, and that's the whole joke of this scene.
Oh no, sir. What you just said is clear as clam broth.
Clam broth?
Remember when, like, they wrote material for Jeanette and Ariana? Remember when they did that? So the Zapathon guy says a lot of drones crashed into a lot of houses the previous night, and they're going to pay for the window repair, alongside free drone deliveries for a full month and half off everything they order. Ariana asks if the guys ever drop their pants and stick their butts in the freezer.
Why would anyone do that?
To cool your douche.
Alright, I changed my mind. Stop giving Ariana material. This landlord is now the show's protagonist. It's called Nona and This Guy. So Sam and Kat go on an online shopping spree, buying nothing but useless garbage, to the point that Nona has to take over looking over the babies that they're supposed to be babysitting. A drone flying through the house knocks Nona to the ground, and the baby laughs. This is important for some reason. Kat and Nona decide to go to the park with the baby to give it some fresh air, but Sam can't come as she's returning an elephant toothbrush to Zapathon. The drones have an automatic return service, where if you put your package outside, the drone comes back and picks it up, giving you an instant refund.
Oh, drone. If I hear one more thing about drones, I'm gonna punch Dice in the face.
Nona and Kat take the baby outside, and then they both go back inside, so the baby is left alone outside right next to the drone return box. This episode is called #DroneBabyDrone. I wonder where they're going with this. Uh-oh, baby go bye-bye, baby up in the air, drone got baby. Kat tries to explain the story to a Zapathon customer service representative over the phone, but they keep asking her to take surveys and sending her back to the main menu. Nona tries to explain what's happening to the police, but they think she's drunk because she talks like an old person. Sam argues with someone over the phone, and I'll let you guess what she's arguing about. Is it A, Sam is on the phone with Zapathon as well, and she is also trying to get to the bottom of things? B, Sam is on the phone with Dice because he is a tracker and he can find the baby's location? Or C, it's food. She's ordering food. That's Sam eats food. It's C, congratulations. Okay, so none of them have luck and they get a call from the baby's mother. Kat has an idea. Sam will answer the phone and Kat will make baby noises in the background.
It's not going to work.
It worked on Drake and Josh.
Oh yeah, this is a Drake and Josh episode, thanks. I didn't even catch that one. So they go to the Zapathon warehouse where the customer service guy reveals that their drones have been causing constant mayhem everywhere. Stealing pets, snakes, mailboxes, babies, and even wigs. Kat and Nona grab their hair at the same time and then eye each other suspiciously. But the customer service agent says he can take them to the baby in their Zappa cart. The cart arrives and the driver looks like this and his name is Frank.
Kids are not gonna get this.
They move 5 feet and then they have to get out and walk from there on out. So they're taken to a big room filled with everything the drones have stolen, mainly babies and dogs, and according to the agent, snakes. But it's pointed out that there aren't any snakes in the room, and he says that's weird because there used to be a really big one. The agent gets a call over the intercom and has to run because somebody found a snake in the women's bathroom, and the kids try to pick their baby out. They decide to push Nona over, and only one of the baby laughs, which they identify as their baby. Sam and Kat leave while Nona is still on the ground, and Sam runs back in only to steal a mailbox. Nona cries that she needs help as a drone flies down and steals her red wig. Sam and Kat sporadically remember that Nona exists, and they run back in just in time to see her bald head. Oh! Nona's got a bald head. Nona's bald, everybody. I'm gonna kill myself. So at the start of the episode, Sam is babysitting some kids who tell her they don't want to watch the movie she has on the TV. She points out that they love this film, and they say that they do, but on a big TV. The apartment TV is 50 inches across, and the kids say that they've only seen a TV that small at their maid's house. So the kids have timers around their necks that go off, indicating that it's time for them to take their vitamin and yeast. Sam says their parents forcing them to wear timers is kinda weird, and the little boy says that if Sam wore a timer, maybe she'd remember to bathe.
One more rude comment from you and you're losing a big toe. What?
If that was a line in like episode 2, I'd have some snarky analysis about Sam not being a good babysitter, or having a complex relating to violence, or that this show meticulously reverts the little character development she once had, but who cares anymore, let's just get through this crap. So Kat tries to give the kids their medicine, but they refuse to drink the water because it came from the sink.
We don't drink sink water.
Get us some bottled water.
Sam says they keep special water in the bathroom, and she goes to get some. Dice and Goomer come back from the store. As it turns out, the two kids sent him there to buy them fancy materials for dinner. Dice has bought steaks and spray butter, and Goomer has bought lobster. However, when he finds out the kids plan to eat the lobster instead of keeping it as a pet, he sprays butter in their eyes and flees out the front door with his new friend. Sam comes back with 2 cups of water, saying the brand is from France and is called Aqua Toilette.
Toilette. That kind of sounds like toilet. Oh God.
So after the credits, an outrageously large man arrives at the apartment and says that he works for the Baum family, and he's here to get the kids. Kat celebrates because, in her own words, the kids are super annoying. The 2 brats say they don't want to wait in the car, so he gives them $100 each. The kids study the money for a moment and say that the driver has 5 minutes.
Is it wrong to hate a child?
So after the kids go to the car, the worker puts an additional offer on the table. The Baums have gone to the Bahamas, and they want to hire Sam and Kat to chaperone the kids on a flight to join them. Sam and Kat will get a free trip to the Bahamas and will get to fly first class. Sam doesn't want to do it, but Kat manages to convince her by explaining that flying first class has always been her secret dream, as they give you free food and hot rags. Sam is convinced just as a rock flies through their window, with a note saying it's officially been 5 minutes. And man, 2 episodes in a row! Sam and Kat are just not having good luck with windows. So they go to the airport, but Sam and Kat have forgotten the kids' timers. So Dice and Goomer have to run them over before the flight. A TSA staff member tells the group to take their shoes off, but Kat refuses as she thinks first class passengers shouldn't have to do this. So Sam lifts Kat onto the luggage scanner and forcefully removes her shoes, revealing her bare feet. Let's move on without commentary. As they go through the scanner, one of the kids asks where they can get hand sanitizer. The worker says he doesn't know because he barely graduated the 4th grade and all he does is listen for beeps. A Unabomber type runs through the machine and it starts beeping, but this wasn't properly caught by the worker. Finally, Goomer and Dice arrive, and Goomer shouts in a packed TSA security line, "We brought the timers for the bombs!" So TSA tackles Goomer and arrests Dice alongside him. Kat wants to help save the pair, but Sam reminds her about the hot towels, and they decide to book it. So the quartet make it to their gate, and the kids want to sit down. Sam finds 4 empty seats in a row, all filled with luggage, and the man sitting next to them says he's intent in keeping all of the space. So Sam decides to throw all of his luggage across the airport terminal, and when the man complains, she throws him too. This episode took me so long to get through because not only did I have to pause like every minute or so to write the analysis, but then I have to stop and research the crimes. And so I'm like, hey Google, is it illegal to do this or that in an airport? And Google's like, most things are illegal in an airport. Just kind of being a weird little guy is illegal in an airport. Don't go to airports if you're a sitcom character. So meanwhile, Dice and Goomer are caught in a good cop, bad cop routine casserole. Goomer ends up telling the story from his perspective, and the joke is that he keeps using the family name, Baum, when talking about the children, explaining his previous heated gamer moment. We cut back to Sam and Kat, where a woman enters the scene, and the Adobe stock audio audience goes,
"Taken up,"
which is the fucking noise that this show plays every single time a lore character shows up on screen, no matter how obscure, and even when they're not played by their original actors. So yeah, it's time for another NSU lore info dump. Coco Wexler was a recurring character on Zoey 101, and arguably a fan favorite when it came to the show's adult cast members. She was first introduced in Zoey 101 Season 1, Episode 4, Defending Dustin. The plot of the show is that PCA, or Pacific Coast Academy, was formerly an all-boys boarding school, and the show starts during the first year where girls are allowed on campus, with only one building allotted to them. Thus, Coco is known to show up often, as if the girls had any drama or wanted to change rooms, it was her job to deal with it. She was known for being a little disorganized to the point of causing problems, such as the episode where she accidentally assigned Quinn to the non-existent Room 36D, and all because she was ordering a bra online and got her wires crossed. But in the final 2 seasons, her life being kind of sad and pathetic became one of her main personality traits. Like Spencer, the fact that she had essentially no adult friends was constantly highlighted, with her spending more and more time with the main cast due to her having no social life. But her most memorable moment took place in Season 3, Episode 3, Hot Dean.
Did Carl break up with you again?
I think Carl broke up with her again.
So we find out that Carl is Coco's longtime boyfriend. Every 3 weeks, he dumps her, and always over the phone. Every time, it's because his softball team lost and he's mad, and every time, Coco has an explosive episode.
Just leave me here to die. I know I can be moody and bloated and judgmental, and I may not bathe as much as other girls, but I'm fun to be with, right? Right?
Incidentally, you can make a really thorough investigative analysis into the depiction of eating disorders on these shows, but what would compel you to do that? Coco spends the entire episode hanging around the girls and bitching about Carl and her failed love life, to the extent that the girls are losing sleep, can't do homework, and their grades are being affected. So the girls decide they have to set Coco up with another man, and luckily for them, their school randomly gets a new dean, and a Season 3, Episode 3, Hot Dean. I'm so tired. So the girls try to set Coco up with the new dean, but the date doesn't go perfectly as she sweats buckets and needs towels to dry down. Suddenly, partway through the date, who shows up but Carl?
I want to know what you're doing out with another guy.
You dumped me.
And that gives you the right to date other men?
Carl seems like a really shitty guy, maybe even abusive, but he admits he made a mistake, he punches the dean across the room, and that's enough for Coco, and she agrees to take him back. So in Season 4, Episode 3, Alone at PCA, the girls are expecting to go on a spring break trip with Coco, but she's in the middle of another episode because Carl broke up with her again, but this time for good reason. Coco had convinced herself that Carl was going to bring home another woman, so she climbed a tree in his front yard to spy on him, only for the other woman to turn out to be his mother. The tree branch then snapped and Coco fell on Carl's mother, which is why he broke up with her. She speeds off in the van, leaving the main character Season 4, Episode 3 alone at PCA. Rewinding a bit for some brief context, at the start of Season 3, Chase ends up moving to London to study abroad at the exact moment that Zoey realizes that she's also in love with him. But 2008 internet is terrible, so they decide to start dating when he gets back to California and not a moment sooner. Then Elvis moves to PCA, and Zoey decides to start fucking that guy while she waits on Chase. In Season 4, Episode 9, Quinn and Logan are still hoping to keep their relationship a secret, so they go to a fancy restaurant thinking no one else will be there. But Zoey and Elvis also had the exact same idea, and they end up dining right next to each other, which is awkward. But more importantly, things are afoot when they recognize someone across the room.
Hey, yo, Carl.
Oh, hey. You girls go to PCA, right?
Yeah, we do. You know our dorm advisor. Coco, your girlfriend.
Right.
The girls say they're going to call Coco and tell her Carl is cheating, but the woman he's with lifts the veil of her brilliant disguise to reveal it's Coco in a wig and glasses. Coco takes the girls to the bathroom and explains she's been banned from the restaurant for assaulting her former boss.
But Carl and I wanted to have a special dinner date to celebrate the end of his house arrest, so I just figured why not?
Well, I guess someone doesn't understand what banned means.
So the owner gets physical and attempts to throw her out, and Coco tells Carl to protect her.
Sorry, baby, I'm on parole.
So everyone in the cast gets banned for being friends with Coco, and they all start loudly arguing, throwing a fit while Victoria Justice practices her ambivalent face. Coco shows up one final time in the weird post-finale clip show that contradicts the actual finale. This special reinforces the one important character detail that I haven't yet, which is that Coco loves eating cold ravioli straight out of the can. After the show ended, the character wouldn't be seen again until 6 years later, in this very episode of Sam and Cat. So Coco comes in and the audience makes that noise, and she sits down right next to Sam despite her complaints. And so Sam forces Cat to switch seats with her. Cat then makes the mistake of initiating conversation.
So get this, my ex-husband Carl?
Yeah?
He's getting married. Guess to who?
Don't guess.
A lady?
My mother.
And since we're doing throwbacks, guess what Coco has?
Where is my car battery?
Car battery!
So Coco asks Sam to hold her car battery, and then loudly wonders what she'll call Carl now. Her ex-husband? Her stepfather? Or the man she still loves? She hooks the car battery up to her can opener and uses it to open a can of ravioli, which she eats while it's still cold.
It's the one thing that never lets me down.
One of the weirdest parts about Zoey 101, at least in the grander context of everything, is that by the end, pretty much everyone in the show had a happy ending. With maybe one or two exceptions, everyone ends up in a place much better than where they started at, and you really get the feeling of a grander resolution. But here's what's weird about that. After the Zoey 101 finale, occasionally these characters would show back up in little snippets and cameos. And every single time, the purpose was to revert whatever happy ending was already in place. Like, for instance, in the Zoey 101 finale, Stacy Dillison is hit by a car, and after the accident, she no longer has a lisp.
My name is Stacy Dilson, and I'm from Swampscott, Massachusetts. Oh my God, my S's sound perfect!
This is played as a very big, triumphant moment that indicates that her luck is finally turning around. But this isn't actually the show's final episode. The actual final episode is a weird clip show where her lisp is totally back. She then shows up in iCarly, where one of the things she does is repeat that yes, her lisp eventually came back in full force.
I was cured for a short time, but then suffered a relapse.
And then when the character shows up in Sam and Cat, she is broken emotionally and physically, and leaves the show at her lowest point. Meanwhile, by the end of Zoey 101 Season 4, Zoey and Chase have admitted their feelings for each other several times and share a series-ending kiss. Then, in 2015, a reunion short film was made with Chase and Michael, where we see Chase is about to propose to another woman when Michael runs in. We learn that Chase hasn't seen Zoey in years and is secretly still obsessed with her. And this grows worse when Michael reveals that he dug up the time capsule buried in the original series and watched the DVD that Zoey had left in it, revealing that she had feelings for him when they were in school, which he already fucking knew because they started dating in the original series. So Michael decides he's going to throw away his engagement and go out to find Zoey because he presumes that she's still waiting for him, despite the fact that the first fucking time he left, It took her like 2 days to start fucking Elvis. And now we have Coco, a character only defined by sadness and chaos, who by the end of the series had managed to find mild mental stability. And now she's brought back almost exclusively so she can tell the audience that her life is more sad now than it has ever been before. Oh boy, am I looking forward to the Paramount Plus original movie, Zoe 102, which sounds like a fucking joke I made up, but it's not. As soon as I announced that I wanted to make a video on Zoe 101, they announced a reunion. I hate my life. So Kat asks why Coco's mom would want to marry her ex-husband, and Coco says she can ask them because they're sitting across the room. We then see them, and this is absolutely not the same actor, which is why they don't linger on him for too long. I actually have no idea who this actor is because he's not credited, but it's certainly not Jeremy Radin. Hell, maybe this is just a different guy named Carl. Maybe Coco only dates screwed up dudes named Carl. Pre-boarding on the flight begins, and Sam, Kat, and the rest eventually go up to the gate. But Kat finds out that people who need assistance get to board before first class, and gets extremely irritable at the existence of the elderly and people with disabilities. This begins a long string of people who get to board before first class, like people in the military. And Sam and Kat keep bitching about how it's unfair that they don't get to go first. The girls even get to see Coco board before them because she is a Platinum Club member. As you recall, while this is happening, Goomer is accidentally implicating Sam and Kat in a terrorist plot that he is describing by accident. As this happens, the investigators and Goomer keep refusing to let Dice intervene or say anything himself. The lady at the front desk then says they'll next be boarding anyone with a pet, and the pet doesn't even have to be there, and it seems this woman is now officially just trying to mess with Sam and Kat because they're annoying. My hero. So the entire episode, Goomer has been asking for chocolate milk, eventually asking for 2 cups specifically, and at this point we find out why. His plan has always been to throw both into the eyes of the investigators, grabbing Dice under his arm and fleeing from security, and also apparently none of these doors are locked. So the investigators put the airport on lockdown, meaning that no one else can get on the airplane. Sam and Kat never get to board, and the airplane is going to take off anyways. Goomer runs by and throws Sam the timers, and Sam says it's time for the kids' yeast. Remember when these shows had like themes? Remember that iCarly episode that's all about gaslighting? Where like every bit of the episode is about someone being gaslit, and then they solve one of the plot lines by gaslighting the bad guy. I keep watching these shows and thinking like, oh man, when they write that second draft, this is gonna be brilliant. Like the Carbactory will tie into Goomer being suspected for terrorism, and all these stupid little things will have a purpose. Coco will have been in the episode for an actual reason. And then I remember that I'm not watching an early cast reading. This is just what the goddamn show is like.
Buddy!